Ferndale has seen better days, abandoned and overgrown. But I had an idea. I wanted to see if I could reclaim these broken ruins, build it back block by block, and transform the entire location into an epic farm. This ended up taking 10 full days of building, which I've condensed down into this 6-hour video. Because the farm evolved naturally over days of work, I've organized the chapters by area rather than timeline, just to keep things simple. Sit back, relax, and let's get started. We can't destroy this at this stage because we don't have privilege. So we need to build another altar. So I'm just going to place it somewhere out of the way. So now I can dismantle that. And I can clean this up a bit. Sorry, buddy. You gotta go. Okay. And I'm going to change my settings back to probably balanced. Yeah. It's just better for building. Yeah. And it's still pretty good quality to it and balanced. Okay. The reason I bought so many of these blocks, these ones, 30,000 of these things, is for clearing out stuff. So the way you can do this is if you overlap one edge like that, like this, because we got a hole there, we can do it. You just place it, remove it. It removes the original block and the block that it's overlapping. So remove it. There. Got rid of that rough stone. Yeah, it's gone. So now we're going to get rid of the mud. Place your block. Snap it. And it's a bit messy. Definitely need your gum boots. And it goes down for a bit too. When I did this the first time, I was like, wow, this goes deeper than I expected. And one thing you can do as well, and what I do, I always keep one as an anchor. Basically, that one's an anchor. So I place that one, delete that one, and just keep working down. That way you can always just snap it in. So, and you just, oh, there we go. So now what you can do is instead of using that, we can use just this. It's a bit more control. And you have to get rid of it all. Otherwise you get that sound, bloop, 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 every time you're in this area. You will have to do some repairs to that path, even being really careful. But it's not a major. Yeah, it's a bit tedious, but you got to get rid of it. So now he's going to fill this in. So you could do it this way, like what I'm doing now. If you have enough stone, you can use the rake. So just put it to the max and just do that. Go around in a circle. Sometimes you have to reduce this, just makes it easier, right? Just bring it back to default position and then just cover that in and just spread it out, and you save on a lot of material. So what I'm going to do is try to avoid the edge a little bit because it will carve out stone underneath, and you could fill a hole pretty quick. And now we're pretty close to where we were. What I like about using just these terrain blocks instead of the rake is I can control the height easier and then just finalize it with the rake. Bring it down to the smallest size and just start going around in a circle or whatever you're working with. Now with the road path, we can also spread that. So I usually start at one side and just work around. Yeah, got a bit of a hole there. It takes a few passes, back and forth to get the right shape. So when you're placing the altar, you can do something like this, where you place that, remove that block, and it's going to make an indentation in the soil. Now, I can place this down into that indentation. So now we're flush with the grass. So now that we got this one, we can just remove this one. So the sole purpose of this one was to dig this hole out and get rid of the mud. So now you can just deactivate altar. Takes 30 seconds. And you do this. And now it's just grass. So it kind of hides it a little bit. The first step is going to be flattening this. Getting rid of everything, which doesn't take very long. So first thing I'm going to do is dismantle everything. So it just takes a bit of time. Yeah, make sure you do the quests. Otherwise, it could cause issues. What? Oh, that's hilarious. How did that happen? I was trying to delete it. I'm sitting on the chair the other way around. And down below, we're going to keep it as it is at this stage. And we'll probably reuse it. So I'm not going to totally demolish this. I want to just demolish the top. And then we'll get rid of the vines next. So we'll do that now. I think I got everything I need, yeah. So we'll grab this thing and we'll just put it at the biggest scale and just harvest these. I just collect these everywhere I go because they're quite handy and you go through quite a few. So I'm just right clicking. If you're restoring this place, you do this anyway so you can see what needs to be fixed or patched up or whatever. Yep, good enough. Got most of it. So now we use the block that we got a lot of, which is this one. Find your base level, which is going to be right there. Place your first block. And then just work across. And work across to whatever you're trying to flatten. So that's that. The reason I like taking lots of blocks is I'm just going to try to cover as much as this build I can with these blocks as I go. If you don't have this many blocks, you just have to place them, delete them, place them, delete them. I think we got most of the build encased. Probably got some stragglers down there. Yeah, we do. Right here. So we'll just do that. And it's quite rewarding when you start removing the blocks. It's like boom, 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 boom. It's like it's been flattened, like a demolition ball that's gone through. Okay, so I think we're pretty good. So now we'll go up to the top. So let's do a count. How many rough stone do I have right now? I got 206. So now you just right click, remove. So we got 5 from that one, 52. And you just start going through and working around and just deleting blocks. There we go. Not much left. How many blocks did we get? So we had 206. Now we got, almost 3,500 just from that. You get pretty quick at it. And snapping is really good for doing this. You need snapping on. Then you don't really have to think. Awesome. We got a really nice location here for the barn. I think it's going to be big enough. And probably get rid of these two at some stage. So now we got this stuff here, which is, I want to keep this area down here, but I don't want this block and I don't want the rubble. So with the rubble, you can do the same. You can go, okay, I'm going to bring it down 1 block. And get rid of this surface level all across. There we go. That's our working spot. So now we just grab this and just go spam, spam, spam. Turn off snapping. There we go. And weirdly enough, there's vines in between blocks. So it's not just surface level, which I find interesting. But I think there was grass on top of the stone, right? Because this used to be grassland in here. So it looks like they built this soil over top of this. So maybe what we do, because we're building a barn here, a new structure, is we make this all grass. We'll just spread it across. Takes a bit of time. Oh, it's going to be cool having a barn up here. Yep, we'll keep that open. So what you can do as well, and I've showed this before, is I'm just getting rid of the ridges. Just don't move your mouse, keep it at the same height. And this will remove a lot of the imperfections from raking. Yeah, and it just smooths it out a little bit. It's not so bumpy. Look at it, it's quite smooth, quite level. Yeah, looks good. Okay, let's build this. I'm gonna have to pay attention where that is, but yeah, I think we're good to go. Now, I mean, it's gonna basically be probably in the center here. We'll go all the way this way, the long part of the barn, and then the shorter part of the barn will be here somewhere. So I think this barn will take a lot of this space up here. Center, where is center on this? So what you can do with the altar is get a top-down view and kind of guesstimate as to where you're going to put the center of the build, or where you're going to start building, or let's do a rough plan here. I think the center is about here. So grab the block we use for planning. We make it 3 by 2 is one side of the barn. And then here we make it 2 by 2, right? And then that would be 2 by 2. And then here 2, 3 by 2. All right, let's do that. So this is my guide. I always do this before I start placing blocks, just to play around with what it could look like without committing. Make sure I'm happy with the placement. The walls are going to go on the edge of the foundation to keep it in the grid. If I build outside, then it's off the grid. It's going to be single layer. So let's do that. So let's swap this out with the proper block. So going to be using the brick timber blocks. Really cool block for farms. Also changing it up from the granite blocks that we've been using. I think this will look better. Pretty straightforward. Let's make sure snapping's on. You're sitting at the corner of this block. So we'll just swap it out. So this one's 3. That one's 2. 2 by 2. 3 by 2. And then we just fill this in. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. It's going to be a cross gable. Very cool shape. We know the door is going to be here, but I always just do this. I mean, I could place that here. Yeah, let's do that actually, just for simplicity. And then we'll use a 2M wall here and here. So that's our door. And then over here, we're going to have a bigger door for the animals, but we'll put just a placeholder. And then we'll put one of these and one of those. I just got snapping on. Just follow the build. We'll come back and fill those corners in. Yep. Standard height, not changing it. Maybe we put a door in the back here. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then these corners, I just fill them in. So each of the plus, each end will have stepped walls. I'm going to keep it with this block because it's just such a cool block for barns. I'm not going to change it. You could change the step wall up here to something else and just leave it snapping on because we're in the grid. So one there, rotate it, and there. We got one over here. Keep snapping on. And one over here. There you have it. We got a really cool cross gable. Pretty straightforward, but very effective. Lots of room. This is slightly bigger than my Blue Goblet one I built. And I always thought if I ever rebuild this, I'd make it just a little bit bigger. Especially if you're putting animals in here. You can put beds here. Put a row of beds here, small beds, or even big beds. Go here. You can fit quite a few animals in here. You can have storage. I had crafting stations up here and stuff like that. And then over here I had more animals. Okay, so let's place the roofs. Be using plant fiber roof block because it goes really well with this block. I might just rest it on top on this particular build. And that's flush. One, two. So now we should be two. Oops. Two. Is that two? Yeah, 2 block eve. I'm not sure if we do 2 block or 1 block. I think we do 1. So what I'm going to do now, just to make it easier to build, is I'm going to make a scaffolding. So I'm just going to go around the build. There we go. Now we can get rid of this one and place it properly. So I'm thinking turn off snapping. 1. I think 1 extension for this particular block and roof is fine. Yeah. And then just go to each corner, place it. Make sure you're 1 sitting on top like that. That's why having the scaffolding is really nice. You can just do what I'm doing. Sitting on top, yeah. Yep. There we have it. Now we just work across each side. So now you can jump up on here. Make sure snapping is on, so it sits there. So now I'm going to stop here, give or take, maybe there for now. Go to this one. Stop just before, I don't want it intersecting at the stage, so we'll stop there. Go here. Yeah, and then go to this one. We're pretty close to intersecting now. So before I start placing the sides, I always work on the center just to make sure that we're in alignment. So if I go across, it should line up. Yep, it does. And same with this one. just double checking, making sure everything's aligning. Yep, okay. Got to find center down here. We got the 4 corners, right? So we know center is going to be from that. I think it's going to be right there. It's going to be center of this. So I'm going to use this as a placeholder. And I'm going to use one of these blocks because we know the wall is exactly 4 meters high. So I'm going to place it on the exterior by 1. And then place one on the exterior of that one. Make sure that I'm not, yeah, make sure I'm flush. Yeah, that one's flush. Full 64 blocks, yeah. And then the same on this side. Full 64 blocks. Yep. And then, so now we're kind of like that. And then the same on this one. Yep. So that's going to be our centerpiece for the gable. And now we're coming into the roof territory. Oh, see, good thing I came up here. That's off by 1. That was off. There we go. Now we should be squared up. Yeah. Phew. Could have been a block out there. So easy to do. Okay. Now we're going to change the block. So we'll just follow the same pattern. There. Yep. Like that. So we're just joining to that pattern. Yep. Double checking it. Yeah. That's good. Now you can get rid of these ones. So that's still kind of a template. So now we got to get up top. Yeah, something like that. And then look at the window placement. I always like to do at least 2. So that'll be 1, 2. So we need an additional 3 blocks on top. So instead of a 4, we tuck it in by 1. So 16, 12 blocks high. Yeah. And then we place the roof, which could be right there. And then we can extend it just a little bit. Make sure we're squared on there. Yep, we are. And then when we cut the window, 1 block above, 1, 2. That's perfect. And then we just cut 1 here. And then all we need to do is fill in these holes. Yeah, pretty cool. And then we're going to obviously extend the roof by 1. And these are all tucked in, so when you come under here, all we need to do is trim a little bit of that off here. Yep, and we're pretty close. Probably going to take 1 off. There you have it. We're flush with the roof. Everything's square. Got the nice peak up there. You could put a grappling hook up here. You could put a platform. Like you could make an interior platform. You could cut these out even more if you want a true peak and just have like you could do this where you take these out. We're going to have to do some patching up there now. Roof patching, but that's minor. And then we just need to put roof in there. Probably easier to do it from above, because we got a bit of a gap there now. You could do it that way, but it's a bit of a pain in it. But you got to take that off. But that's what you want, right? That corner piece like that. So do it that way too. It's just a bit fiddly. Yeah, see, we're getting that kind of stuff happening. So anytime you're fixing these, what I do is 1, sometimes that one's fine. 1, 2, block, switched to roof. Roof. Oh no, not there. So you kind of swap in between roof block. So delete a roof block, delete that roof block that's inside, hit 1 block, 2 roof. So that's pretty cool. And then now we just put on the bottom roofing, and then we have to do a double roof because the stepped walls are poking through, which isn't a major. So grab your small roof, hit your snapping. I like it's 1 automatically going over by 1. And I'm just looking at the number 16, which is a full 20 is a full block, but because we're overlapping that top roof block by 4, we're now down to 16. That's what we want with this particular build. With that one is a corner piece, so I'm going to leave it. I'll come back to it. Yeah, I'll leave that. Come back to it. Just get these down first. There we go. Now we just got to fill in the corner pieces, which is this one, the inner roof. So now because we're snapping, it's not going to go to the center. So now we have to turn off snapping, position it. So we're at 16. So overlapping at the top. And now we got the corner piece. And then you can fill it in there, or you can move on to the next one. So this one, yeah, 17 for some reason. Oh, it's because of the center. I'm pointing at the screen. The center is missing a block, so that's fine. Yep. And then on to the next corner. This one should be 16 or 17. Yep, 16. We're in the corner. And now we got them. Oh no, we're missing one more. 17, yeah, because of that block, but that's fine. I think that's all the corner pieces now. The inner corner. Now you go back to this one, and you just fill in the gap. 16. 16, yep. Now, we got those stepped walls. So we're going to double roof this. So we're going to do the same thing. So just make sure this one's in the right spot. We're not too low, we're not too high. Checking the... Yep, we're in the right spot. Now we just turn on snapping. Turn it off because we want to make sure that we're not overlapping into this one. Otherwise you got roof to take apart, like to remove. So right there is perfect. And then just work your way across. So this one. So 20 will give us a 2 block eave, but a 1 block layer underneath. So that's something you can do as well. Instead of the eave is actually, well, with this block it's not so noticeable. Some blocks this will be quite a little bit thinner or flatter than a 2 block eave. I think that looks pretty good as a 2 block eave instead of a 1. But we started with a 1, so let's do 2. So now we're looking for 20. So we want a full block placement, not a 16. So that's you see the difference. That is a proper placement. It's just it's a 2 block 2 stacked on top of each other. But we're actually extending the roof out by 1 and getting a 2 block, well, yeah, 2 block eave, but it's not a double stacked 2 block, if that makes sense. So 20, yeah, and then same thing. I come back to that. Not going to worry about it right now. 20, and just work across. Then there we go. Yeah, that looks cool. Okay. Yep, now we're just going to fill in the gaps like we did last time. So grab your inner corner, and this gets a little bit trickier because we know that's the corner there. So we want to make sure we're, so full block is 25. There we go. Yep, we got it. And now we just fill in the gaps. There we go. I think that's it now, right? Yep. And now what we need to do is add another one onto here because it's just kind of flat. This, and just bring it out by, well, that's one. And now we're almost done. We just got that center piece. Could work up or down. I usually go down. Yeah, that looks cool. And then you just come up here and add your detail back, and you get that cross up here. Now we can check inside and see what's going on, because those blocks that we placed to fix the cornering can come off now because we made a double roof, so you won't see them anymore. We can get rid of them. And we could probably get, I don't know, this might cause a hole. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. Just get rid of that. Yeah. Very clean. Because of the double roof, we can do this now. Whereas before, it would have been a hole, right? Grappling hook up there somewhere, like maybe tuck it in a little bit so you don't see it, and you can get up there. It's kind of cool. We got this natural light too. That's what I like about it. Adds a bit of light to the build. Very cool. Let's see what it looks like from the other side. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks awesome. That's a big barn. Cross cable in there looks good too. Probably swap this block out too. Yeah, maybe we do granite because the build over there, which this is part of that village, is granite. All that over there is granite. This entire build, this village. So maybe we just keep it consistent with granite. Such a stark difference. I don't know. Yeah, wood doesn't look very good, does it? This would be too much, unfortunately. It would just be overkill on that block. It's just too much. It looks like the same block. It's like a barn on top of a barn. It wouldn't work. And this one's just too rough around the edges, I think. Right? I wonder if we were to... make it soil, rock, like I was thinking before. If we make this like... kind of like that, and then we sculpt this, almost like it's been raised up, off the ground instead of being just surrounded by granite. Because doing it this way, what we're going to also do is we can change the amount of land up there for the farm. Maybe we keep that. Oh yeah, that's what we do. That is barn material, stone, this one. So you see how I punctured a hole? So now I can get it to place and I can remove it. Otherwise I couldn't have done that. Yeah, that looks cool. It's almost like we have a barn door at ground level. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, much better solution than granite. Granite just didn't sit right. The two blocks just weren't meshing. But you don't know until you place it and you go, you know what? It's not right. It's not going to work. For now, we're just covering the stone, and then we can maybe make the area bigger, change the shape. We got the entrance there. Maybe this, yeah, I think we could bring this out a bit, so maybe we'll do that. So we'll just, if you want a bit of variation, you just use this one, which looks like a big kind of strange rock shape, and you can twist it around, make rock coming out a bit differently instead of just uniform. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. And then we can make a ramp access up. Maybe on the side where we had the stairs, we'll just make a ramp out of the grass. So let's do that. As long as you're on the grid, it's really easy. If you're off the grid, that's a different story. And then just fill in your stone. You got this cool natural path up. You could put it anywhere. You could put here, or you could also do a multi-tier. So instead of just going up that way, we could come up this way. So this is a bit more challenging, but you can do like we're not on the voxel grid here, but you can still make a kind of a cool little mound up, and you can just get up. Instead of having to go all the way here and up, you can just go, when you're coming in from the altar, you can just come up here and go up. Yeah, it's all about access, right? I mean, you could probably just jump up here too, for sure. You do that way too. Anyway, that's pretty much the first step of the barn without the windows. And then it's just the props and the animals and the fencing and all that stuff. So I think it's a good start. So essentially we can bring the land out to here, make a decent size paddock. And then maybe we bring this out to here. And we bring this out to all the way over here. So we make pretty massive raised up land. Yeah, that could work. So I can show you how to do that. It's a bit of work. You need a bit of soil to do this. I mean, you could use the rake method, which I showed earlier. You just move your rake up as high as it goes. And then you would just work back and forth. It takes a bit, like I said, it takes a bit of effort. But it definitely saves on soil. And then you just keep doing that. So max level. And then down here I usually just fill with stone. Like we'll just fill it like just so we don't have any holes. Yeah, because we want to build a big pen back here for the animals, right? So I think having it really flat, we can really utilize the space for the animals. So what I'm doing is just checking for holes, because if you have animals up here, and you got any if you got anything like that, they'll get stuck in it. So this is another way you can do it if you want to save on soil. Is, well, I'm using this one, but you could use the flat one, this one, and just go up there and then just cover the front and leave a hole. You could do that too. I'm just covering, bringing it right down. Takes a bit of work. Just going back and forth. Yep, there's, yep, it's a big one there. I think that's better because we get to utilize the space now. You can still see gaps and holes and pockets, and yeah, it takes a bit. So now what I'm going to do, and I've showed you this already, is find a level that I like. I think that one's a pretty big one. So this is taking any lumps out of the grass. So I'm just making sure I don't move my mouse up or down, and just keeping it steady. I think we should extend this out just a tad, maybe. Oh, actually, let's make a ramp up there. Let's do that. This is kind of in the way now, isn't it? Yep. Multiple ways to get rid of that. But I'm going to use the pick. So if we go through here, we're going to shave a lot of this off. I don't want to do that. So I think what I'm going to do is just kind of pull it this way and have a little bit of a hill here. So I'll stop there and blend these in, but still maintain this hill. I don't want to make it too level. And then just kind of fill in the gap there. Just also trying to do minimal terraforming. Try to keep it as natural as possible, other than extensions, which we just did. So maybe we'll put it. Yeah, that's cool. We can come up there. Yeah, that's nice. Maybe we do it right across, get rid of that rock. Why not? Like a rolling hill. Now we've really blended in that rock. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Really nice. I think we just make a big barn window here. This is where we're going to have the animals. So we need a proper barn door, so we'll make it, I think, yeah, 2 from the edge. Yeah, like that. And then just open it up. Yeah, that's perfect. Because you're going to have yaks coming in here, right? You could probably even open it up one more. So we're just above the 4M here. 1 block above. I think it's perfect. And then this one is the main entrance. We can keep it small. This is another farm animal entrance. So we can 1, 2. Center. Let's cut center. I'm probably going to make like that. So we got a 2 block gap. Block gap. Yeah, that's a 2.5 block gap, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. 2.5, 2.5, 2 in the center. Because you might put a pillar here, and then it'll be a 2-block gap. You might put a pillar here, and it'll be a 2-block gap. So that's fine. And then if you, from this side, what I do, instead of just measuring, I just stand on the other side, because I'm lazy, and I just go like that. And now I got the exact alignment to there. And you could do it here too. If you just, you know, that's it right there. Or you can do it that way. Right? You get used to it. Just, there we go. Now we got some really nice windows. Lots of room. You could make them taller, but we are 2 blocks from the roof. And 2 blocks from the floor. So it's right in the bang in the middle. Yeah, perfect. We still got a 2.5 block. 2, 2.5. And the windows are done. You could put one up here. Like kind of like an attic window in each one. I'm kind of just putting it in the, yeah, right there. It's like almost 2 blocks down from the peak. And what we should do is cut a hole here. Alright, what I'm going to do is get rid of this. It's kind of in the way. So I think this is going to be, because we got that shed there, we could make this into a proper, decent sized garden. So maybe we go there. 2, 3 by, do we do like rectangular? Like that? And then have a gap in between, which is one of those plus 8. Give or take. Like that. And then a garden here. A bit smaller, a bit more manageable. We keep them square. Like that. Yeah, like that. So we got a lot of 4 in here. Kind of lines up with this shed. And then you could always extend on that. You could make 2 more here. You could make a long one in the back, change it up a little bit. Maybe we got berries back here. We got your 4 main crops. We'll keep this one. That's the original. It's kind of off the grid. We got seedlings in there or something. Yeah, I think it could work. So let's now, what we do is remove that one. Now that's flush, right? So we're at 256. Now we're down 1 block, 2 blocks. I'm going to go 2 down, place it, delete that one, turn snapping on, delete that, snap, that. Now we're 2 down into the soil. Now we're going to do the same with this one. Remove that. And plenty of room to place the soil. So now when we delete it, got a nice little stone. We want stone under there, we don't want grass. Otherwise you could pull it up when you're raking. Here's our plots. Now for farm soil, you could use fertilized if you're going for maximum yield, because it'll grow quicker. But I'm going for this stuff here. And usually early game, that's all you have. You don't have fertilized. Now there's 2 things you can do. You can line this with stone or wood. I'm going to actually line it with wood just to get that clean edge. So I'm going to take this one and just line it so we know that's the edge there. And I'm going to use shroud wood because it makes a really nice edging. Yeah, right like that. Right, nope. Right there, yeah. Okay. Now we're ready for soil. So again, you could put fertilized farm soil here, but I'm just going to put regular soil. There we go. And just fill it in. We'll rake it after. So now I'm bringing the grass up over the wood a bit so it looks natural. It's kind of like it's kind of growing, grass is growing over the wood a little bit. And then the last step you do is we got to get it nice and find an angle, I think, there. This gets rid of the ridges. Yeah, looks good. Once we get plants in here, that'd be nice. Not sure what to do with this yet because it's slightly bigger. It's not a bad thing. And these roadblocks, I mean, as long as you got a starting point, sometimes it's a bit fiddly to get going, but maybe we put one through here into there. Let's try that. Just to show you how easy it is to make a kind of cool little path going to the door. Oops. You just keep that undo button handy. Yeah. And then maybe you want to put a little bit of grass here. Don't worry about that. You can always just fill it back in. And then maybe we make that a bit wider. It's a bit fiddly. Yeah, like that. Maybe we make this smaller. Yeah, something like that. Oops. Yeah. Pretty cool. So it's just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. This nice little path coming through. Maybe takes a bit of back and forth sculpting. Just getting the right shape. This nice little path come through. You go up into the shed. You could put it through here too. Pass. I just find it a bit much when you have these dirt roads going everywhere. But that's pretty cool. You could extend this one like it was before. So maybe we go. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to cover that in. I'm going to put a well here. Have a nice well. Yeah. Now, do we want to make this a circle? This is how you can do a circle. You want to stand. You want to kind of go like that, but because we've got a ready one there. Let's see. And then now that we're smaller, it's going to be easier to do it. So we'll stand in the middle and grab the edge and just go around and try to keep your mouse in the same area and just go around in a circle. And then you can just tidy it up. Yeah, it's getting there. And maybe because it's a well, we'd have a path going into the well. And that's where the well's going to be, right in there somewhere. Put some flowers around it. Kind of got this cool kind of garden. Well, we'll have the seedlings in here. We'll probably block swap this. For this one, I'm not going to measure like I did. All I'm going to do is take one of these, which is another technique you can do, and kind of guesstimate as to where you want it. I'm going to have it about there, and make sure that we're in alignment to there, which oops, we went too far there. It's hard to see. Okay. Here. Probably a bit closer. Bring it down 2. Go across. And just keep your mouse in the same spot. Bring it across to about there. That's pretty good. And then you can just swap it with soil. That's another way you can do gardens. It's quite easy to do. You don't have to be so precise. And there you go. We got a nice berry, I'm going to put berries in here across. We could make it 2 wide. We could put, actually, maybe we do another one here. But we got a bit of a gully here. So I might flatten that first. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep. So let's build another garden here. We'll grab that one. And again, I'm not being too precise on this. I'm thinking that's a pretty good gap between the two. That's not low enough. So we'll line it up here. Actually, yeah, about there. Yeah, about there. It's pretty good. And then, like I said, you can put fertilized. It's too low. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the problem because we don't have stone. It's going to pull the dirt. It's going to pull the grass up. So we do need to clear out the grass. That's one thing that this one is being a bit. There's a bit of a gully here, so we're going to have to do it this way. And that's, yep. So, and how are we doing here? I think we have to clear out right there. Yep, okay. So yeah, we're still pulling dirt. So we have to put this down. 1. Because there's a bit of a hole here. That's why we're having issues. Now we can pull this one up here. And no, we can't. See that little thing it's kind of a weird bug. Happens sometimes. It's just like the terrain is getting. I think that's what was causing. Yeah, that's what was causing us grief. Is that weird terrain bug? There we go. Now we got 2 plots in the back. So we got lots of garden space. And again, you could leave those. You could leave them bare, or you could put fencing around them, or let's put some down just for consistency, so we know it's there. And we're gonna go right there. Yeah, there's that one. Snapping is on. You could go higher, you could go lower. I'm higher on this one, so we'll make it actually the same. So we'll bring it there. Yeah. Nope. There we go. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Is that the same? Yes. It's just a bit of a gully. Are we the same? I wonder if we are. We're exactly 4. Yeah, we're 4M on that one. Yeah, we are. We're the same. Same width. It's a 4M width. And then in here, probably need to raise it up one. So we'll bring it down. You could do that, or you could just do, if you got lots of soil, you could just use a block. Like I said, if you got fertilized farm soil and you're growing for yield, then use fertilized. We've got to get a creek running through this property. I'm just trying to figure out where we put that creek. So I'm going to do that maybe in this natural gully. Maybe we have a lake in here. That'd be kind of cool. And we make this a farmhouse. Maybe we restore this as well. So at least we maintain some of Ferndale. All right, get some more work done here. Might reskin this to be the same as that barn. So let's do that. Let's get rid of this stuff in here. Okay. I think we make this a bit longer. Well, let's just reskin it first. So it looks like it's that. Yeah, that's how big it is. I think we bring it out to here, like that. Bit bigger, yeah. Got to get rid of the roof up there, so we'll just place a block up there, like that. That'll get rid of the most of the roof, and probably have to shave the rest by hand. Cool. We're going to build a basement on this one. We could do the same floor. It looks pretty good. It's a really nice block, actually. The refined wood looks good, and it has that kind of barn kind of vibe. Yeah, you could do shroud wood as well. And then we'll place a door. And we're going to fill that in. We're going to put a roof on there. I think we match the roof that's on the barn. Yeah, there we go. That's right. And then we just trim. But what I'm thinking of doing is adding an access here. That way we can, do our stuff, and then we can come out this way. Fill in all the stone. I'm going to use the same roof as the barn. Yeah, it looks good now because it matches that. It's like a little shed. It's got to double roof it because of the step walls. There we go. Quick roof. Looks a little bit better than what it was, for sure. I'm thinking for this, we could add yeah, that works. Other than getting a weird join there. It's so tricky with this roof. That's just a bit higher. Yeah, it's one block higher. Possibly. Well, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, adds a bit of character. Nice little side entrance in. I don't think we're in the center though. We are off, but we could make 2, 3. No. Okay, we go. Put a window right there. We've got 2 block gap on the either side, so a nice barn size window. And then maybe in the back we just do. There we go. Big windows, small windows, kind of a mix of windows. That worked out really well. And on the front we do 3 out. Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Again, you know, it just adds a little bit of character. And I think we need to extend the roof by 1. This here. So maybe we'll just go 1, 2. And 1, 2. Yeah, that's better. And then we'll clear this out. Make it a bit bigger door in. I'm going to trim off the excess in here. If we put the chimney in the back here, right here. Yeah, let's do that. Is we'll just cut this out on the edge of that window. Something like that. Yeah, it's a small chimney, but it works. Right? And then just jump inside. Make sure you're not standing on the block you're going to delete. There we go. And now we're down at the bottom. Gonna fix that. Then we got this little cutout. Yeah, nice little indentation with the chimney. Pretty straightforward. It's not a fancy one. Put a window up here. I always do in these farmhouses. Somewhere up there. Yep. We could put a window here. I mean, we've got windows everywhere in this build, so might as well put one here. Oops, that's too high. Yeah, nice little farmhouse. Could have crafting station in here, seedling benches, chests for the farm. You could just come in here. We'll have a magic plate here. And just boop. Drop everything off. Oh, what was that? Got a hole. A little bit better than what was here. And now it really matches the build. Although I'm really not happy with that. It's not working, this thing here. So we'll just remove it. I'm not happy with it. It kind of disrupts the front. Sometimes you think a good idea and you go, yeah, I don't know. Just doesn't fit the vibe of the build. The side does though. The side works well. Yeah, that's better. I think just on the side it adds a bit of character. You don't need it up at the front. Okay, I do want stairs going down here somewhere. You could do it in the center and put a secret hatch here. I just don't want to disrupt this area because we're going to have probably seed beds here or chests up in this area. Yeah, let's just do it in the center. Let's do it right here. So we'll just chop one more. Yeah, that's enough. And then we'll just have to dig down here. Make a basement. Let's do it this way. So we know that's the corner of the build. So we'll go down. So I'm just moving the scroll wheel down one. Place it. Now we got the starting point. So I know if I hit snap, it'll be placing underneath exactly, snapping to that block down below. Same with that one. And that one. It's kind of guesstimating, but relying on the snap. Then we'll just remove it. And remove that one. And that one. We did cut a hole there, that's okay. And we'll rely on now. We'll drop this one to there. Get rid of that. And that. Drop that one down. There we go. Now we can dig down. So it's a really easy way to do a basement. And then always keep one as an anchor. So then we'll go down one more. Yeah, that's pretty good. We just got to plug that hole. Not gonna make it? Nope. Okay. And we're stuck in here now, so we're gonna have to... We'll just start digging out here. So just like that. Just go across. Oh, there's soil down here. That's interesting. So I'm just trying to keep the block in the, not moving it up and down, just keeping it at a constant height. And then do a couple, move it up a couple, move across. What you can also do, which is more precise, is use blocks like this. And then you just place it, remove it, move across. That's another way to do it. And then when you get up to here, just keep snapping on and place above. And then so we're past the altar. The altar is in the center, so we're probably, if we tunnel up somewhere in here, let's say we go up about here and see where that puts us. Oh, we're right under the chest. Interesting. Okay, that's the chest room. So with the bed is going to be there. So I think if we come up about here, that's pretty good actually. So that's pretty close. So we came straight across. We came straight across here. We basically went straight through, straight under here, straight into here, which is pretty cool. I think that's a good little hatch. We could put a bed in here. Maybe this is the living quarters. It's just kind of, I always like making little passages and stuff in my builds. Just pick this stuff up. And then we'll pick that up. And we'll make this a little bit bigger. We'll make it a proper hatch. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. And we can just let's come up here and into bed. Or have it as just another way to get into here. So it's kind of a secret passage. You can just run through into here. And then we'll just put stairs down. Yeah, it's pretty tight to the wall, but there we go. Little secret hatch down. I've got this well now. It's going to look good here. Perfect. And like a little path coming up to it because we're always using it. And then we put the fireplace in there. And a bed in our little hatch area. And we got to figure out where we put the seedlings. Yeah, look at that. Matches these blocks really well. Might put one there. And then one in the middle. Other than the shovel is in the... Gotta flip it around. Otherwise the shovel's always in the same spot. Yeah, that works. We got 3 of them. That should be enough. I usually 3 or 4. So that'll serve these gardens here. Maybe we have one up in the barn. Yeah, good enough for now. We'll sort it out later. We got these looms. So that the yaks and stuff are going to be in here. So I always keep these kind of close to where the yaks are. It's because I kind of think it's the where you would have it. So that's going to be crafting station. That's going to be bedding and bedding. So these are animal pens. So I think we'd have this down here. So maybe we put one. Yeah, we can't have this here. So you come in here and you can make your linen, your wool, that kind of stuff. That'll work well. You just tuck it in there. For now. I always tweak it later. Having 3 or 4 is good. Okay. Yeah, it's coming along. I really like the 2. It adds to the build. It's got this real kind of farm vibe going. The little ones go here. You can fit quite a few here. 2, 3. I'll put 3 on each side for now. We'll save that one. And then we'll put the big ones here. Yep, that works. I will just layer these. And we've got 2 pens, so you can tuck these right in. Yeah, that's a lot of beds. That'll be more than plenty. I'm thinking I'll put the yak food thing here somewhere. You can 200 is the max. They'll wander around, but they'll stay near the food for the most part. There we go. Welcome to your new home. Okay, now we need to put the goat feeder down, so we'll put it. We got 2 types of goats. Yeah, maybe there. And then we'll drop the other goats. Yep. Yeah, just keep an eye on them because they're gonna find holes in your base, in the farm. So always come and check on them. They might go missing. He just kind of disappeared. Yeah, and they'll get hung up on things, so. But they're good for wool. Especially early game, wool is so important. I remember I was just standing here going E, run to the next stack, yak, E, back and forth, because I was just trying to craft the brazen bull armor. I was like constantly just going, come on, man, I need wool, I need wool. Yeah, good enough for now. This one's not bad, quite high. They're really good for yaks. And quite flexible too. Like you can kind of rotate them and just kind of tuck it in. And then you can just kind of rotate it and then just align to that top plank and then just go for that rustic vibes. Doesn't have to be perfectly straight. Just follow the contour of the... See, look, he's already down there. Yeah, you little bugger. Yeah, we need fencing for sure. And I don't know, they could fall in there, but we'll see. I really don't want to put a fence there yet. We'll see. And down here, if they get down here, that's fine. They can get up. Yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. We'll see what happens. We could add more fences later. But that should protect them from falling down in that little gully. So when you first start playing and you unlock the farmer, you'll get this soil, right, which is farm soil. And then later in the game, you'll get fertilized farm soil, which grows crops much faster. So, oh, we're out by one block here. So what I'm going to do, just to show you the difference, instead of planting these all just farm soil, we're going to swap them all out, except for these two. And you'll see the growth difference. This is just farm soil, so you need bone meal. So you need to use the grinder to grind bone into bone meal. And it's pretty inexpensive to craft once you have bone meal. It's easy to farm in the world, and that's where I usually do. I usually rarely craft it unless I'm short for time. I'll just go farm it somewhere. Like at Harvest Homestead, or that's my go-to place to get just farm soil. This is very expensive to make because you got to get fossilized bone dust. So you have to go to Nomad Highlands, I think, and mine this and then grind it up. You then need nitrate, which is pretty expensive to build. Sand is pretty easy to come by, and farm soil is pretty easy. It's the nitrate that's a lot of work to do. So if you go to nitrate, we'll look at nitrate, right? You make it in the laboratory. So if you go to journal, workshops, and go to the, there it is. For nitrate, you need shroud sand. So you got to go to kindle waste for it. You need wood acid. So you got to make stuff in the, you make that in the charcoal burner. Salt, you got to farm that in the springlands, right? You can get salt a lot of places. You don't have to go into the shroud to get it. You can go to the salt mine to get it, and you need sand, which is pretty easy. And there's a lot of alternatives to sand. It's this stuff that you need to farm, which is a pain, and that. So make it once or twice, and then you're good to go, and don't have to craft this ever again. I might get some soil here. I don't know how much I got left, but I'm going to show you a technique. So I don't even have any fertilized farm soil anymore. I use so much of it. We will craft some. I've been playing this game for a very long time, and I haven't crafted it. Probably the first time I made it is when I actually unlocked fertilized farm soil, and ever since then I've never crafted it because it is a real expensive and a pain in the butt to make. So I do have some materials to just make it. I'll make 10. Let's go back to the farm. Find a place in your base that's out of sight, because it's going to be somewhere you're going to be visiting often. Yeah, right here for now. Okay, this is fertilized, right? Once you craft it once, you'll never have to craft it again. So what you do is you just place that. So now we got one block here, right? And then you just take your rake and make it like usually about that size, right? And get it. Because you can't stand where the rake is, but you can jump. So what we're going to do is just spread it out a bit. And then we're just going to spread it. Now you can do it this way. You can turn your rake a little bit and start just making a big mound of it. So you got quite a bit here now. Started with one, then just mine it. And now we're going to increase our yield of the stuff. And generally you'd leave some here so you can just re-spread it out again next time you're out. We got 146 soil out of that exercise, which is really good. So what I'm going to do now is swap this out, this soil. You could do it two ways. You could actually mine it out and maximize your yield on this instead of just wasting it by swapping it. So that's what I'm going to do. And this is something you'll have to do anyway when you unlock fertilized. So I'm just right clicking, removing the soil that's there. And we're good to go. Now this stuff I don't spread because it's very precious. So I'm just going to place it once. You see how dark it is? I hope they update the texture for this because it's just too dark. Maybe we'll do these 4 as fertilized. We'll keep those 2 as standard and you'll see the difference. So we've got 4 fertilized farm soil. These things will produce pretty quick and these will grow a bit slower. Yeah, maybe we'll just put them here for now. But there's a little hole there, you see it? I usually make that visible and then I make sure that they're level, which they are. Like that. And then I usually put this, the beehive smoker. For now, we'll just pop it here. Okay. Now, lay these guys down. I usually put them in the back. Yeah, kind of like that maybe. Put one here. Yeah, that kind of works. These little garden gnomes, I like putting them by entrances or they add a little bit of ambient glow. I usually put 2 for the light ones. Or you could do 1. You can put another guy there. This guy. It's pretty cool. And then you could tuck them in corners and stuff too. So you can put like this guy here. Weirdly enough, these things will attract animals. So if I put this over here, they will hang around there. We got 1 more of those. So let's put him... Oh, put him over by the beehives. That'd be kind of cool to have a light in here. Just minding the bees. Okay. Pumpkins, I just scatter them around. I don't have them. Sometimes I do if I need lots of crops. But pumpkins add a lot of color to your garden. And I sometimes think, where would a pumpkin grow? It'd probably grow maybe here. And just drop it. That should be fine. So with corn, it's quite tall and don't go overboard with it. Learning from experience. I had like a chest full of corn for a long time because I grew too much of it. So I think these small planters are great for that type of thing where you don't need it. You just need a bit of it because it stacks up fast. You need it for yak food, right? So corn is really important. Yucca fruit. And berries, if you have animals. When they introduced animals, farming became way more important because you need to grow all the food, the bird food, bell peppers, wheat grains, corn, again corn, goat food, again corn, and hop hair, again corn. Make sure you're not pointing that way or that way. Just try to get squared up and then just start placing. That one, sometimes you go to wax, just, yeah. So you can just get squared up, yeah. I'm just holding left click down. And then I'm gonna put 1 more in here. This is where that edging really helps to have your soil spread across the garden bed as much as you can. And there we go. Got a nice, you might be able to fit one in there. No. Yeah. You could do it by walking, but once you get familiar doing it, you can just do it by running. Maybe we'll do beets. These are smaller, so I might actually put these up here because they're a smaller plant. So maybe we'll put them here and see where the line is. And we could put them right against the edge. And then now I got running on, so I'll be able to run and place these. With these, what I tend to do usually is use them, I'll plant them in areas like this, or areas like this where you would have tomatoes growing. So maybe that's what we do. We'll pick this guy out. We'll plant tomatoes here. So instead of, I'm not going to put a seed bed there, I'm just going to make a small planter here. So just removing the soil. Right, it's 2 blocks down, and then I take the terrain block, which is this one. You could put stuff back here. It just adds a lot to the build. Yeah, look at that. See, they're already growing really fast. They're ready to go, ready to harvest. Right? These ones, I don't know if they're ready yet. Nope, they're still growing. Let me get that repot. And then we'll do tomatoes on the other side. There we go. Got a pretty good crops going. These are quite bushy. Quite big and bushy. They overhang, but... So I kind of think, well, maybe we put one like maybe there. It'll fill that hole pretty good. Those are quite tall. Keep that in mind. You could put them here, but they're gonna put them here. Actually, we're going for yield here, so let's plant them here. So just snap them in. Let's put the mushrooms here. Let's do half and half. We'll do half of those. Just to show you the different mushrooms. We'll do half of these. And with these as well, they're great just to scatter around your base. That's good enough. Got lots of yuccas going. We've got tomatoes, bell peppers, beets, sugar cane. Let's build a little tree farm here just to show you it. So we'll put it right here. So kind of away from up there, but still accessible. There we go. What tree do we want to... Actually, I'm going to put yuccas back here. Or, sorry, aloe vera for now. The first tree that we're going to put in here. And you got to use whatever tree you have access to. Conifer wood works really well because they grow quite close to each other. When you need some wood, you just come here. You don't have to go out and farm it. These work great near beehives because they add a bit of shrubbery around the bees. Yeah, that works good. And also great for just plopping around your base. Like one there. Maybe one there. Great for hiding stuff too. Like sometimes you might go, yeah, I might put one there. Maybe we have some in the back here. Maybe we got 1, 2, 3. This would be a really good spot for berries. And I'm not even going to change the soil here. Just going to use what's here. Actually, we could put it up here too. Yeah, let's put the berries up here. It's nice and flat. So we'll just flatten this a bit more. And we'll have a berry farm up here. That's pretty good. And spread it out. Be careful near edges. The soil will bleed over. It doesn't look very pleasing, so I'm making sure I don't go too close to the edge. Anywhere it's visible anyway. Yeah. Doesn't have to be perfect up here. You won't really see it. And then for the berry farms, I usually add fences. Just adds a bit of character to it. So we'll just, maybe we'll put a fence post here first. Then we'll add this. And you can kind of tuck that in. But we can't place it down because of the soil. The dirt there, the ground. So what we can do is remove a couple. Maybe that'll help. Yep, there we go. Now we can get it in there. And then just hit, bring your hammer back and hit YY. And now it's embedded into the ground. Yeah, looks good. Nice little berry farm up here. These look really good because they kind of quite bushy and they'll overhang the fencing. It looks really nice. So I always like to... Now I'm going to put some on the outskirts here. More organic, wild. Yeah, and just make this like really... Lots of berries growing up in here. Kind of wild, you know, like almost like a vineyard kind of vibe going here. Yeah, wherever they grow, wherever you can get them. Sometimes it'll disappear. You can plant it, but it'll disappear. There's not enough soil. And then when they're fully grown, you can come back in here and put more. You can double or triple your yield. It'd be nice to have a field right here. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that should be good. I think just a nice kind of little field coming through here. It's quite not perfectly shaped. You know, the wheat's going to come through all through here. Maybe we go up into here a little bit. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. We're still gonna plant in here, but we're gonna have most of it in soil. So you'll see. So we'll put fertilized. It's pretty quick to lay down too. You don't have to worry about it being in a grid or anything like that. It's just go crazy. Yeah, that should look pretty cool once it grows. A nice little wheat field here. So there's our tree farm. So yeah, there's a lot of trees, and all you need to come do is come in here. Yeah, really handy. You don't have to go too far for your wood anymore. You just grow them. I'm not going to put soil down for them. Just maybe we'll put one there and there. This will hide the little bit of that shroud. Yeah, Could look good. Okay. I guess we can place these. The way I put these is wherever I want some ambient light, a little bit of blue glow going, maybe in the back here. I like to tuck them behind plants. That way you get the little glow behind. You don't just see the mushroom. You kind of see a glow of it. But it's just kind of there. And you can use them almost like solar lights. That's what I've done. Make a little pass with them. Just kind of plop them around. They look good by the beehive, adding more ambient light. Let's see, like right there. And then maybe we want one by the sign here if we can get it in there. I don't know. Yep, right there. Yep, here. Yeah, it doesn't matter where. I'm very random. I just kind of think, yeah, a mushroom's gonna grow right there. I don't really, there's no rhyme or reason. I just go, yeah, put one there. Maybe there's one there. You know, just that randomness, you know. Because if you do them all in a line, then it looks, well, then it's kind of intentional. But kind of cool up in the shroud here to have it if we can get them in there. Yeah, it's gonna look cool back here. The blue with the blue glow and the mist. So maybe this is the glowing mushroom farming field. I do like the look of the shroudwood garden beds. Look really good. Looks like railwood ties. And it really goes with this build as well with the block, the darker colors, and then the roof. Just works really well. Yeah. We're getting there. We need to craft a whole bunch of flowers now. We need to add flowers. That's what's missing. And we have to build that out too. So maybe we do that next. Maybe we make this into a farmhouse. And this will be the pen, another pen. Big change from what it was, that's for sure. Considering there used to be a big ruined building there. Yuccas are growing. And we got that nice garden shed over there. And then we got a wheat field, berry farm back here. This is going to look awesome once it's grown. It's already starting to look awesome with all the berries everywhere. And the fence, I like blending the berries with the fence because it's kind of overgrown just like a real berry farm would do. We need strawberries. There's so many more plants to do. So many more. But we got a good start on it, so. I'm thinking first I'm going to open this up. If we make a passage here, right there is our door. So right there. Yeah, maybe I usually go half like that, or maybe not that much. Maybe we go like that. Yeah, and then we can switch to this one. Oh, look at that. It would come out just there. That's hilarious. Everything's converging in this little room. It's funny when you tunnel. You're like, I wonder where I'm going to come out. That should be enough. When you're down there, you can still get up there. Yeah. So we still got a hatch, and we still got that. Best of both worlds. We could open this up, you know, if you wanted to. Yeah, let's open it up. No. Just be careful when you're doing this, because we might puncture through the wall. So I always do it one by one, because you can always undo it, like there. So we don't want that. Or we make a door there. And then we'll do, now because I can't overlap it, like there's no overlapping, you just puncture a hole in it, and then place your block in it, the one you want to swap. Could be storage, could be more, I don't know, I think storage. Gotta get rid of that stone, it's not, there we go, now we got rid of it. There we go. Yeah, nice little room. Should probably add a roof to it, eh? Yeah, like that. Could put a workbench in here, maybe we make a little crafting station in here. We got our bed in here. Where's this gonna come out? Oh, perfect. Yep. I usually make these two, like that's one. That's 1, 2. I usually do 3. That's usually enough room to get down, up and down stairs. And then you can just, because your head doesn't hit. Other than we got to drop there. Put a stair right there. Yeah, now it'll work. Yeah. Down, go here, into there. So you got multiple access points. So if you're getting around your base, that worked out perfect. Other than we got some. Yep, perfect. Gets that blends now. I don't know if there's secret door in this like a hatch in this block. I'll have to look. Yeah, looking good. Yeah, I like that. I really like that because you can go, I gotta go to bed, or there's an issue. We'll fix that with a terrain block. We'll make a little ramp. So, like, is that one too steep? Or it's gonna be this one. So if we cut a little bit out. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that works. Okay. I think I'm going to use this for storage for now. Yep. And then we'll put a chest somewhere here. Even just on the ground here for now. Oh, we can embed it into the stone. Yeah, that's what we do. So I'm just fine-tune with position. You can tuck it in out. I usually have about there. Yeah, that should be good enough for now. I think we put the grapple mat here. Okay. Looking like a proper farm now. It'd be kind of cool to have a really long garden here. Comes all the way back. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. These ones we actually measured, so we'll do the same. Put a guide there. We'll then put this one here. Okay. This is maximum yield crop. This is one that you could swap out for stuff that you need a lot of. So this will be for flax, because you use a lot of flax for linen. It's a good one to have a maximum yield, like a big crop. But you can always swap it up as well. You can put other stuff in here. I always swap it around based on what I need. Oops, that happens. Yeah, it's a decent sized garden, that's for sure. Got lots of crops. Yeah, that looks really good, doesn't it? Yeah. Just made it. Cool. And then the remaining ones I'll just plop around somewhere. Like I always put stuff around the beehives. I always plant a whole bunch of flowers and stuff. And then as the build progresses, I just start randomly placing flowers. Just make it look all nice and pretty. These are really nice plants when they've got kind of like a red flower. So they're great for decoration. So just place them around. Maybe we do, yeah, let's do it around here. These will look good around this little thing. So let's pick a spot and just have snapping on. You don't have to, but it helps. And just... yeah. Then I usually let it grow, then I'll come back to it. You could put more flowers in here. I just use them as decoration for now. Yeah, just random, you know. Treat them as wildflowers. They'll just be kind of growing everywhere. These are quite bushy as well, so keep that in mind. Gotta fix this too. Got a hole there. Okay, I think that should do for now. I don't want to add another garden in here. I mean, it'd be nice to have it for the flowers, but we'll probably do a flower garden somewhere. I can show you a circular garden. So using this, you just kind of position it like we'll kind of go in a circle. So we're going to go like this around. Stay in one spot. So we'll just go like this. Start going around. And then just keep digging until you get the stone. Or we'll fill it with stone, one of the two. Yeah, now we got stone. So now we can use the rake and just kind of just do this. Stand in one spot and just go around in a circle. Yep. And then just get rid of that. Got a nice little circular garden. And then we'll just put the discs in there with the fertilized farm soil. So probably want it. One. Yeah, cool little garden. And then just I have to drop this down a little bit. It's a bit more of an oval. Needs a little bit of fine tuning there. Yeah, it's not bad. Good little small garden. We'll put a nice edging around it. That'll be good for the strawberries. You know, you don't. These things can go anywhere too, you know, they're like, in real life, they're like, they just grow everywhere. So I kind of do the same. I might do a little strawberry run here. Like that. Maybe coming up around here. You know, just Just using the space we got. Don't need to put soil here. Just let them grow in the grass. Take a bit longer to grow, but it's kind of a nice little effect. Just filling in the gaps where we can. Maybe there's some up in the shade here. It's coming together. Flax is already growing really good. You can see sometimes that happens. You can see the roots. You can do shrubs. If you've seen my shire below, I built lots of shrubs with these. You could do really cool decorations like arches and stuff. So we could build an arch here if we wanted to. You just you could bring it around. It's pretty big, but they make great shrubs. Like, look at that. Looks like a nice, nice little shrub there. Yeah, and you just you can make like proper shrubs, like I'll just show you. You can do like this and make like a little hedge. You can do really tall shrubs, like just position yourself, just jump up. Pretty cool little shrub. You can do really cool stuff with this terrain block. Maybe we'll make that a little bit bigger. No. There we go. Yeah, 2 little shrubs by the door. Okay. The water barrel. Definitely need that. We need lights as well. Where are we going to put the water barrel? I always think these are outside. Water collection. Maybe it's right. Yeah, almost like it's collecting water off the roof. Oh, these things. Yeah, we're going to... You could do it that way, right? What I did there. So if we can find a place to put it, like right there, you should be able to. Yeah. So you don't see the shroud soil. It's just buried under there, under one block. It's much better. It adds more of a... that it's just growing out of the ground, out of here. Putting it near the shroud is really cool because it is a plant that you would see in the shroud, but you can't build in the shroud, so that's why it's not letting me, because you technically can't build, but we're so close to that mist, like right there. Can we? Yeah. Just on the cusp of the shroud. So it's going to be cool. These things are all waving around. Can we put another one up here, maybe? Yeah. There we go. We're going to have 3 of them here. That's fine. Unless you actually have to farm them, then that's different. They're used for quite a few recipes mid-game. Okay. Our tree farm's looking good. Got to put some charcoal burners back here too, so you can farm charcoal. We do need lights. I should have crafted more because we could put lights on the barn. I was just going to put these in our little workshop in here. Maybe right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. It looks so cool with the red block. Yeah, very cool. Maybe we'll put one in here as well. Maybe put it up at the front. Or do we? No, it'd be better inside. Get a nice glow. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Oh, we're getting there. Okay. These terrain, like these, I treat them like weeds almost. They're like dried grass. So you could put one here. Sometimes it's hard to get them to. There you go. Get them. There we go. Just get a nice texturing. You just gotta kind of place it, remove it. Yeah, that's good. So you get that really nice, almost like spear grass kind of vibe. So you can, but sometimes it's just pulling the grass up. So you gotta kind of have to place it, remove it. I kind of add it just in places, not everywhere. Kind of trying to create. Yeah, that looks cool. Sometimes trim the. There we go. Yeah, it just adds a bit of detail. You know, it's just changing the, instead of just green stuff, you're adding like the spear grass kind of around. I think the next big project is to get these buildings sorted. So we'll rebuild these. I think we'll honor the floor plan that's here, and I can show you how to do that as well. So this video has become more of a restoring this place to be a pretty epic farm. And we'll do this building as well. Just have to decide what we do with it. We do need living quarters, right? So we need a place for the farmer to live. So, and we need another pen for all the other animals. Maybe we make this one a pen because it's bigger. Wheat's looking cool there though. Okay, I just wanted to pick that up because I always like to salvage it if I can. Yeah, we're ready to rebuild these, restore them, I guess. When I approach these, kind of look at the floor plan. So maybe here this used to be a roof peak that goes across, and then these would be angled towards it, like that. And then this would be a corner one, obviously. Yeah, so it's a bit of guessing as to how the structure is, and trying to replicate it. This tool here helps as well, because you can... It's a great little tool just to... sometimes it helps define what could have been there. What was the original structure. So then we'll swap these out today. I think I'll put Fenrig here, the farmer's assistant, and then we'll make that a pen. Really coming together. Considering what was here before. Oh, we got to do the lake too. Gonna do that tonight. Put the lake in there, the pond. Then we'll do a waterfall coming down, feeding the pond. And I wanted to put a creek in here, but I really don't know where to put that. We could have the creek running through here, maybe. And then you have a bridge across, maybe, something like that. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Let's restore this building here. So we need to get rid of the rubble. So let's do that first. Yeah, that should do for now. All right. Oh, we got more here. There we go. And more over here. Okay, let's get rid of that. So maybe we'll just put some stone to get rid of that hole. Yeah, good enough. Just get rid of most of the holes. That could be perfect. We know that's probably a window, so do we... Like, that's probably where the window was, right there. So let's place it, right-click remove, place the block. We know this was a door at some stage, probably there. There, there. So we're like that. Yep. And then probably got a full-size 2M wall here. Yeah. That's it. And probably on the same side here. Place the block. Yeah, we got the front already. Looks like we got a foundation block that goes around. So I might actually move that down one. Just think it looks a bit weird. It's floating above, so we'll just actually move that one down a notch. Move it down to there. Yeah, it's still there. It's just lower. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's good enough for now. So we got the wraparound. So now it looks like we got a 2 blocks. So 1, 2, like that. Yeah. Is it? Or is it down 1? I think it's, yeah, it has to be like that, right? No. And then it looks like we got another 2M there. Maybe this one is the right height, so we'll just add to it. There, yeah. So we're just matching it block for block, really. Just doing almost like a restoration. And then another window there. Maybe that's a bigger one. Can we put a bigger one in there? Yes, we can. There we go. It's a great way to learn how to build too, because you can just restore an existing structure and just kind of go, okay. Usually start with the windows and just work around. Might fix this too while we're here. Yeah, looks pretty cool so far. Now we need a proper big window here. By the looks of it, right there, right there. And another big window there. And then one of these 2Ms in here. I think that's it. We got all the, yeah, that's what it would have looked like before, other than it would have been rough stone. I wonder what we do with these. I don't know if I use these for here, but it would have been something like that. Question is, I think we make this out of shroud wood, maybe? Yeah, it looks good, shroud wood. Kind of looks like a fence. And then these here is essentially 3 by 3. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So what you can do is just remove it first. You can use one of these. So that one, if you look at this one, it's just about the right size. Or you can use this one and just add, I'll show you. And then you just add your on the exterior. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could make them out of wood. You can make them out of stone. You could keep what was there. Just seeing what it looks like is wood. Looks kind of weird, doesn't it? Maybe we'll just leave it open like that, and we'll bring it forward a bit, kind of like it's a gate. Yeah, like that. I think that looks better. And then we'll make one over here that joins up. The floor on this, I think maybe we'll do shroud as well. Yeah, I like the shroud wood with this. Looks really nice. There we go. A little bit of raking. We'll do the roof next. Yeah, it looks cool. I don't mind having it all the same block. It's like another farmhouse, right? Gotta fix this. And then what you can do is you can make a path to it. So we'll just extend this roadblock to there. Takes a few tries. Sometimes you gotta raise it up. There we go. And then just put it back to normal. Yeah, and you get a nice little path going in. Could probably clean up that little patch. Oh, okay. Perfect. There, and those two are the same now. You could make these shorter because they're quite high. You could do that too. Just because the other walls were that high doesn't mean we have to make them that high. So you can always just trim, just put your mouse there and just work across. That's better. You can see over. Yeah, much better. You could put a little like that. The roof. I think the way I'm going to approach this is start at this corner right here. Right there, yeah. Then this is going to be one of those. There we go. That's right. Snap on, yeah, I'd say. There we go. Pretty cool roof. And then we just figure out the rest here. I guess we would just maybe start. Well, it could be. Does that fit on there? It does. Just about. Just gotta figure out what we do with this here. Is that a flat piece that goes in there? Or is it a peak? Don't know. Is it one of these? Is it one of? Would that fit in there? It's a kind of guesstimate now. Oh yeah, look at that. Interesting. We'll have to fix the overlap inside. That's pretty cool. I wonder if we could fix this right here. Oh, yes you can. It worked. I'm just gonna plug that. Maybe it's there, and then there, and then there. There we go. Up, down. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be. Look at that. That's cool. That's a cool roof. Very different. Now we've got to go in here. I know there's going to be overlap. Yeah, right there. Got to get rid of that. I think we're close. Maybe we just get rid of that. Yeah, and that one. You see a little bit, but it's not as bad. And all that looks good. Peak up there looks good. So that's pretty much following the floor plan. And then I think we got the roof right. Yeah, that's cool. Look at that. I've never built a roof like that. You know, that's the thing. You learn so much just restoring existing buildings. This one is a bit more challenging, but we do the same. Just get rid of the rubble first. Oh, that should be enough. Might have a bit of issue with this one. I'll get rid of that. Yeah, okay, maybe that. Okay, let's start the restoration. So we'll just do the same exercise. We kind of guesstimate where we know, like we know this is a door here, so and it's up to there. Right to there, yeah. Like that. This is definitely one big wall, so we'll get the big wall out. And we'll just get rid of that for now. We'll add that at the end. That edging. Okay, what about this? That's like that. So we tuck it in by one. Yeah. And then this looks like it's probably another full wall. I think it's a window. I think it's one of these. Like that, yeah. So we'd put it there like that, yeah. Yep, that's the same height. Maybe we'll extend this down. Maybe we'll make a basement on this one. How's that sound? If we want to. We would just do this. I think we got the windows messed up there. Well, the floor would be here, right? So let's... would be there. Minus a block, so it would be there. Right? Like that, yeah. So let's get that in there so we know kind of where we're sitting in relation to the windows. So now we can tell which window's right. This is right. That's right. This one's wrong. I don't know if this is right with that jutted out. No, I think that's a mistake. I think this needs to be flush. Again, you're kind of guessing. And then there was a window in there, right? So we put a window right. Like that, yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, and then we have a 2 jut over. Like that. And we got to bring this up by 1. Yeah, there we go. Looks like we got 2 more windows there. So let's do that. And looks like we got a step wall there. So I bet you a step wall goes to there, so we're going to have to do that. So looks like it's in the center. Well, we'll just replace, let's just replace this like that. Tuck it in by 1. There we go. Bit of a... And then we'll just put a roof across. A line. And we'll get the same layout that was there before. I think that's a stepped wall, but I think we need to do this first. We need to put that up there. And then this one. Oh yeah, it's exactly 16. And then in the center of this wall here, we have a step wall. No, that would be too small. It's got to be one of these big ones. I think that's what it is. And then we have it over there too. Yeah, I think something like that. Could be the ticket. I wonder if we just place a roof on there and see what it looks like. If we think we're on the right track here. So that's flush. Maybe it's one of these roofs. Right? Maybe this was a stepped wall at a time. And it's a double peak. Interesting. That's what I mean. Doing this one is challenging. Trying to figure out how the roof was on this. If it was a peak or not. Let's get the walls all the same height and just see. So we'll just work around, try to figure it out. So, yep, now we're all the same height so far, and then we'll do this wall. I must have the floor one block higher than what it was. Oh, I do too. That's what's going on. Oh, bugger. Okay, gonna have to fix that. All the windows are one block too high because we made the floor just one block too high. That's why all the windows aren't lining up. Doing these restores, you're just really trying to figure it out. I'm trying to guesstimate as to how everything was built. See, there's that there. What was that? Was it a peak? Was it not a peak? I don't know. Okay, so we'll move the floor down. All right. Oops, this one stepped up too. Now we got to figure out how this roof goes. We'll get rid of that. Looking better. Now that we got the walls all sorted, we got to figure out how this thing was built. The roof, I mean. I wonder if we just do what we did there and we just go around. Because if you add a peak here, like if we add stepped walls, like here, and one here, right? And then we do the same here. Then we'd have a peak going across. Like that. Yep. Now you would extend these out. If that was a stepped wall, it would be like something like that. And you'd have a double peak going across. Maybe we try that. Could look kind of cool. See if that works. I don't know if it's going to work, so if you're following along, don't follow along. Because I'm trying to figure it out. No, it can't be a double. That can't be like that. Because we can't put a peak here. So it can't be like that. So that's wrong. And you can't do it here. You could do it here. That could be a peak going across that way. Let's try that. Oh yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. 12. I think we got it. It's this one. Oh yeah, there we go. Which one though? One? Yeah, and then we just put this one in there. And then we got this piece here. What do we do with that? Is it one of these? A bit bigger? Interesting. I don't know if that's right. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna keep that. That's cool. 16. There we go. Very cool. I'm really happy with that, actually. We got to double roof this, so let's get that done with. Yep, that's it. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that looks cool. It's really cool. Wow, look at this now. It's really come together. I think adding these two buildings just really sells it. It's like it's a ranch, a farm. You know, it's not just that barn anymore. It's got the little work shed. Gonna have the Fenric's quarters here. Not sure what to make this into. We can make it into a barn of some sort for all the. We could make it like the deer in here, and maybe we'll put straw down in there. Yeah, I just gotta tidy up the edging. Like what we did over there. I like it lower than what it was because it's almost like a foundation. Gives the build a little bit more presence. Like it's actual structural foundation that goes around the build. Yeah, it's a bit of work, but worth it. We got a nice building out of it. Kind of nice to see it restored too. Oh, we gotta clean out this too. It's a mess in here. Yeah, very cool. I'm just kind of following these lines and see if they're interrupted, and that's what I'm looking at. And then I'm kind of guessing here. I don't know if we can take this away or not. We'll see. Again, checking these lines. This is, I think, where the peak, right? Where this peak joins is here. So I think if I do that, there'll be a hole. No? So that there is, yeah, that's in between the dormer. This piece here, is that, can that come off, I wonder? Oh, that's the flat roof there, isn't it? Oh, it can come off, okay. No, it can't. Maybe some of it can. No. We did take that piece off, that's good. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That fixed that one. That's pretty good. I'm not sure about that. We gotta fix that. So that's probably a block. No. I guess we can't put it there. Nope, it won't let me. So it's just poking it out. Yeah, can't put it there. So maybe we had it right in the first place, right? As having it just with the height that we had, not adding. Yeah, because it's buried. So we can't add that one here. This one that we just added. Now it won't let me remove it. Oh, yeah, it's because I modified it. That looks okay with that back one higher than the rest. You can't really tell. Just want to fix that. I don't know how. It's because the roof peak doesn't come down like over there where it comes like this, right? You would have that covered up like that. but because we have it exposed, you see those blocks. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Unless we just square it off like that. Yeah, that's not bad. Like that. Yeah, it's just pronounced it. It pronounced it even more. Because we would have it like that. And Shroudwood's got the terrible step walls. They're really rough. Yeah, that looks pretty interesting actually. A bit different. And it adds a feature wall in the back, and we could put like workbenches in here and stuff, and it hides that god awful stuff that was happening here. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like that. And what we could do is make pillars maybe in the corners to add some character, like here. Break up the blocks a little bit. Although these make terrible pillars. Maybe we'll use shroudwood. Yeah, that's cool. Put one here, almost like support beams. Yeah, it's different. Breaking up the bricks a little bit. Fix that floor there. Oops, I think I went too high on that one. And then we'll fix that floor. Yeah, looks better. This turned out really well. Probably like about maybe 6 or 7 hours. I'll have a nozzle. Yeah, I'll put a nozzle on this thing. Have it coming down into here, down through here, into here. Got this nice pond. The goldfish pond comes around. Maybe we create a little tunnel under here, like a cavern that comes through. It comes around here. The water pokes out here and just streams down the road. That'll be funny. Or maybe we just cut the stream. Maybe the stream comes along here and then it just cuts into here and just disappears into the shroud. Yeah, we could do that. Be fun to build that. Got to figure out what we do with these. The wood looks good. Kind of fits the build. Because we got wood fences. We got wood planters. It kind of goes with the dark wood on here. That's what I was thinking. It's a very similar color to the barn. Goes with the roof as well. So maybe we keep it. I don't like how it's not the same. That's what's doing my head in. Let's see what we can do here. Make it the same. Something like that. Yeah, it's more of a natural into the... Yeah, that's better. Doesn't have to be very complicated. Yeah, that works. I like that better than what we had. Yeah, yeah, looks good. Already looks better without that there. Yeah, and then we'll just put one of these here. Oops, not there. There we go. Kind of a makeshift map thing going up. Yep, works. I almost think there should be a door here. Especially if we make that into a pen. I think I might do that. I kind of think there was a door there anyway. Because the way that block looked, right? We're going to make it a bit bigger. Because it's going to be like a barn door. And you got to be careful if we're having animals here. You really need to make sure you got no holes. Go find the holes. Okay. So I'm just going to follow the contour. Kind of just start going like this. Start the first pass. Might have to go a bit deeper. So maybe we come up here like this. When I get to the other end, I'll drop it even more. We'll drop it right down to the max. There we go. Maybe it comes up here a little bit and then it goes under that rock. I always start at the same end. Just get it started. Maybe we go around. Oh, yeah, that's what we do. We go around that rock. Like, whoa. It's because I started here and I gotta start here. Maybe we come around here now and go around that rock. It'd be kind of cool to have a little island there. So we come around like that. And then maybe we carve out here a little bit. It's good just to get the rough and then you do the rest with the, oops, with the terrain. Maybe we come in, yeah, we got to come up this way. Actually, we got to come down this way. This is where the water is originating from. So maybe it's running along this rock and coming down into here, into the pool. We got to get rid of this, unfortunately. Oh yeah, look at that. It's like it's meant to be. Having a river coming down here. So we'll just start here. Widen it up all the way down. Maybe now we make it a bit smaller. Oh, yeah. I'll leave it at that for now. And then we'll get rid of this. Ah, come on. There we go. Follow the rock. Come around. Over. Around. And into there. That's what we want. Yeah, that's cool. Whew. Got a little creek going through here. Now I'm just going to reduce it a little bit. Because I want this to be higher than that, obviously. But I want stone here. So we're going to get to the stone. There we are. There's the stone. We might have to build this back up. As long as it's got a gradual slope coming down. Yeah, I think we need to build this up a bit. So we'll just take some stone. We'll just remove some of this. And just place stone. And just build it up a bit. To there for now. Pretty important to fill these holes that we just made. Otherwise the water will seep through. Now we want this lower than what's there. So it drains into here. And I don't want grass in here, so we'll just do some trimming. Something like that. This is higher still, so it kind of goes up. So we need to trim that off. Yeah, that's better. And then it goes up a bit and then down. So we gotta trim that off. There we go. That's definitely a slope. I usually just rough it out and then I add water. I don't, you know, we'll just see how it goes. See what the water does. And then we can remove the water and just do modifications. So let's just get a rough shape and see what happens. So a challenge with this, and I'll show you when we add water, which I had the problem when I was doing Harvest Homestead, is the levels. But with drains and the floor drain, you can make it work. It just takes a bit of tweaking. I kind of like the rough edges too, you know, it's like rocks. It's not perfect. Trying to get that kind of rocky edge other than stuff like that. Just a bit. Yeah. Like that there. Gotta get rid of that right there. Yeah, and that little clip there. Yeah. And then down into here. And I think that's where we want to kind of end it, maybe, eh? It's right here. We'll just make it a different shape. Oops. Not that low. So that's just changing the shape, making it a bit more organic. Kind of hard to see right now. I wonder if we make this bigger or not. I'm not sure. It is following the natural gully that was in here. Let's just add water up here without drains and see what happens. I'm almost tempted to add a... Can we add a nozzle to that? Oh, we can. Okay. Okay, well then we'll dig this out. I wasn't sure, that's why I stopped. I wasn't sure if we can add it to the flame altar. Oops, one too far. Too far. There we go. Go. We'll add it right there. Bunk. Oh, okay. We do need to remove some of that here. We put it right there. Now we see what happens here. Got a bit of a ridge there. Better get our drains ready. What? Just stopped. Making a little bait. We can add another one too. These ones are great for filling up water. Let's put it right there. That'll fill up this pool. Yeah, that's cool. It's flowing down. I don't mind if we make a lake up here, to be honest. It's a natural lake. You know, it's gonna fill this right up though. We'll have a flood. We'll have to put a drain. We'll have to put a drain. We'll add another nozzle just to fill this area. We can always take it away. Just get the water flowing faster. And then just pick them up. The water will fill up to the nozzle, which is kind of handy. It depends on multiple nozzles, at what height nozzle. Oh yeah, there we go, we're going to flood. Okay, let's put that there. That'll suck it back down. We'll pick that one up now. It's going to fill to the highest nozzle, so I think that's the highest. Yep, got rid of that water that was pooling there. Pretty good first attempt. Haven't flooded yet. Almost though. Flooding a little bit here. We're flooding up here. Oh, that's cool. We're gonna flood the altar. That's awesome. Flame altar. I like that. That's cool. Let's see how far it goes, if it's gonna, what's gonna happen here. So you got a little creek coming through here. It's not very big though, that's the problem. We should almost make it like come out to about, here. Or at least make it into a bay, like make it into a kind of a shape. But it's a good start. So now what we can do is plan, if we tunnel through here, if we just go straight through here, like right to here, and then go down, we should be able to make a creek that goes down the property and just put it out here and let it flow to the down there. So I wonder, these trees are going to be in the way now though. The water is about there. Well, do we have to go under the rock? Maybe we go around the rock and down? I think it'd be kind of cool going under the rock, so let's do that. So I'm just going to make sure I got my proper helmet on. I will do it with the water flowing so that we can see, we can kind of direct it. So we'll grab the, oh there it is. We'll use that. And we'll just swim underneath. Might have to pick that up. Actually, I don't want to destroy it. Yeah, just so that we don't destroy it by accident. And then we'll just dig like this. And then we can watch the water flow through. We could make a little cavern through here. That'd be kind of cool. There's the road. So now we should be able to direct it this way. Here it comes. I'm gonna make that a little bit deeper though. There we go. Yeah, we're just following the road kind of like here. Now what you could do, you could stop it here and just let the water, instead of flowing down the base here, because the radius is right there. What you can do is kind of fake it, is you can put a drain here. What it'll do then is the water will still flow down here and it'll just get sucked in. But what you need to do, if you're doing that, this is what I did at Harvest Homestead, is you build a pit there so it pools in there, and then you drop your thing in there, like maybe right there. Now it's just going to continuously suck that water down there. It's not going to flood here, because the problem with if you let it do that, you can lag. You can get lag. So it's kind of going into an underground spring. You know, it's flowing off into nothing. We do need to fix the grade though. So we got a bit of, it's kind of like getting stuck right here. So we need to, that's why it's good to have the water flowing when you're doing this stuff, because you can kind of see what the water's doing and go, okay, well, it's getting hung up here. So maybe we'll trim off a little bit. Just carve it out. You can also use this in here. So you could go, actually, we'll just use this just to get rid of that little bit, just to let it flow. There we go. Now it's coming down. And just walking on it, you can kind of tell where there's where it's a bit high. Takes a bit of back and forth, trying to get the right. Something like that. You can also fake it too, like maybe in this little tunnel. We'll add a nozzle. Maybe right. I wonder what happens if we put it up there. Oh, we're probably gonna flood it, right? We're gonna flood, I'm sure. Yeah, now it looks like it's really flowing through the creek. So you can kind of, like I said, you can kind of make it look like it's a really strong creek or river. It's just because we added an additional nozzle. We're gonna flood here though, you know it. We're already flooding right there. Oh yeah, it's because it's getting out right there. Yeah. It's that nozzle that we put in there. So you could probably put it like maybe right there. That might be better. So I'm just adding a bit more buffer that we don't flood here. It seems to be pretty good at the moment. Just trying to make that a little bit more visible. You know, it's kind of hidden under that rock. we want to see it, right? It's getting there. It takes a bit of fine tuning to get the right balance and shape it. Like, we got to improve the shape of it. It's not big enough. Maybe we get rid of that island. It's taking a lot of space. Maybe we bring this out more like this, maybe in a bigger shape. So it's kind of like this pool that maybe it's like it goes like this and around, and then it comes around, goes around that tree and then goes under. Maybe we just make that smaller. Be cool to put a tree on there, wouldn't it? In the middle, palm tree. Yeah, that's better. And then we take that rock off and we put a palm tree in here. And we'll put better soil here than springland soil. We'll put tropical stuff here. Yeah, that's better. It's not such a massive thing. And then what you can do, now that we got the water in there, we can start shaping it. The rake is the best for this because you can get that organic shape. So kind of think, well, what do we want to do? We want to bring it around here, like make like a kind of like that. So let's do that. So drop it right down and kind of plan your route. I think if we go like that and then bring it in around this tree, and then we just cut it in a bit to there. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's better. And maybe we tuck this in. Now you can just use you can use the pick too. I do that sometimes, especially if I need materials. But as soon as you have to start swimming, that's when you have to use the mining sieve. You could make a ledge here too. You know, maybe it's not fully the same height, depth, but I'm gonna make it the same. So now we gotta use this thing. I think this is better than the mining pick, to be honest. It's more, I think it's a smaller radius. I think you get better control with this. We can add underground mud here. We can add fish. We can add algae. Reeds, you know, going to really make this look really, really cool. And I think it's a good addition for the farm. Pick that up. Make sure you place it back. Place it back. Right about. We got to look at the level here. I think, yeah, up here somewhere would be fine. So the water will go fill up to right there, right below the drain. Give or take. But if you have the drain at a lower point, like over here, like lower, then it'll only fill to there. This is the highest point. So it's going to fill up to here, but we'll probably flood over there because this is higher than that. And if you put one here and one lower, the water will tilt a little bit. See, it's a real kind of test. How does it work here? Is it good here? Do I have to move it? Do I have to add multiple? It's just a trial and error type of thing. And the worst happens, it floods, and then you just have to drain the water from your base. So it's not a major, unless you have a lot of water at your base. Like my Veilwater Basin. Took about 8 hours to fill the pool of water that I made there. It took forever, man. It just was like I was just watching it and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Because it's a massive I filled this massive cliff with water. It's looking good. It's looking really good. It's coming together, this pond. I think making it bigger has made a difference. We could put sand in here if we want to. We could put different stone. You can use a rake under here too, so you can kind of smooth it out. Get rid of all the nooks and crannies. Although it does feel more organic if it's just rough, right? Let's see what's happening at the altar. I think we're flooding here a little bit too. Oh yeah, that's cool. It's really cool. You know, you could make this into a proper lake. I think if you were to put one of these things here, where is it? One of these. You could control the water in here to a degree, because you can only do that rotation. So you'd have to put it like maybe here. You could then restrict the water. Yeah, it's unfortunate you can't fine-tune rotation these. So you kind of have to work with either that or that. But you could control the water. Yeah, it's a bit, we're not on the grid here. Oh, so you could put it here. Like there. You'd have to drop it down. Right? And then you would, it'll prevent the water from going. You'd probably have to build a wall there and a wall there. And you could control it to make this flood, to make this higher. I wonder. Yeah. I would just leave it there. See what happens. It's already filling up here. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's a shame you can't rotate it though, because then you could position it properly. Oh yeah, it's filling up here more now, I think. Well, it's going to fill up to the nozzle. So we'd have to put the nozzle higher. So let's try that. Can we put the nozzle on this thing up here? Yes, we can. Let me get up on there. Let me get up on there. Yes, thank you. There we go. We'll take that one. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Can we put one on here? There we go. Double waterfall on the altar. Ah, that's cool. That's really cool. Oh, what we could do, we could, oh no. We could make a waterfall coming from up there, falling down into here. Yeah, I got a lake back here. We'll definitely have to sculpt the underwater here and make it like a proper pool, you know? Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah. If we plug this, we could, wow, there's still water getting through underneath. So I wonder if we put soil here and bring it up. So we bring up the, yeah, to there. And then over here we do the same. Like that. It's still going to go over, but we're controlling it to a degree. Yeah, we just about filled up the altar. Oh yeah, look at that. It's just about full. Got our own private pool back here. We're gonna have to put some little, maybe we'll put some launchers in the water. Oh, we gotta build a raft back here with a little umbrella on it. I don't know what it is with me and water. I always come up with crazy ideas when I'm playing around with water. I did in my lakeside cabin. I made a hot tub and a outdoor shower. And now we're building rafts and yeah. Oh, it's going to look awesome with all the tropical plants around here. How's our little creek doing? Got a proper creek going through. That's cool. Yeah, so this is working really well, you see? It's just sucking it in there. It's not going down here. You don't see any water down here because it's just drawing that water. So what you can do as well, if you don't want to see that drain, you just put a swath of grass over it. It looks like it's just going into... Oh, you can still see it. Yeah, like that. And it just disappears. That turned out better than I expected. I thought we'd have a real hard problem routing the water. But it turned out really good. We're not having any flooding here. It's not going over. Let me build a platform across here somewhere, like a bridge. And then we'll bring it across, and then we'll pick it up. And then we'll bring it across. And then I think we should be able to... You can't fine-tune rotation this thing, okay? That's right, you can't even embed it in it. You gotta kind of get it to snap somewhere. What we can do is make an anchor down there. That might work. So if we put that about... Where do we want it? About there? Like in there somewhere? Yeah. And then we use that as an anchor. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. We want to be able to walk past it, so maybe it's there. Like that. I know we got water underneath, so it's going to flow underneath. What we can do is build up the soil underneath. We could actually build a proper dam with blocks. Let's do that. Like that. And then maybe we take a little bit off of this one. Right there. Right across. So now it's holding the water back. Right? Just gotta make sure we don't have anything escaping on the sides or... Yeah, like that. Now we're holding the water back. Well, maybe not. We'd still have to raise this up, so maybe we just put like that, and then across. Now we're holding the water back. Just. If we lower the nozzle back there, because right now it's filling to that nozzle. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We put that, maybe we put that like about here. Just below the water line, maybe right there. It'll continue filling. Put a drain back. Oh, I don't want to put any drains in here. Maybe we'll just put one and we'll pick it up again. It'll balance out. Maybe we'll put one over here just to get some water out of here. And then we'll come back and remove them. Just to get the water level just down a tad. Because then we can control. Because right now we're getting weird pooling. Once you get that water level just down so it's not interacting so much with the blocks, like what it's doing right now, it's overflowing. That's interesting. How is it getting through? There we go. Now it's flowing through fine. There we go. No. Oh, maybe. That should be in the center. Why isn't it in the center? We should move it over one. We'll fix that right now. I think lowering the water helped a little bit because it's not hitting the top of the dam. There we go. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, that looks better. There we go. Nice little dam. That way we can control the water that comes into here. Well, that's a cool view. Oh, that's going to be the screenshot for sure. You get all the builds except for that one. Doesn't look like Ferndale anymore. Yeah, and then we got the medieval village over there, and then we got the farm here. Double altar. These are great for waterfalls, by the way. Let's just try it and see what happens. Oh yeah, look at that. All right, let's see what this what can we do? Can we make it even more like look like a waterfall? Because right now it's just pooling off that stone, which is cool. What we should do, what might work better, we carve a channel into the stone. That's what I did at the Shire below. Almost like we're making a channel that we did on the road there, and then we just tuck that in there, like there. Now it's gonna stream down the rock, yeah. And now we can just modify that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like how it's hitting that stone. It's increasing the size. If we put... There we go. Trying to get a bigger stream coming down. So we're just adding blocks that it's interacting with. There we go. That's better. It's hitting the stone and then spreading out a little bit. We're getting a little bit of overspray here. There we go. So now we're just controlling it, and it's more of a natural stream. Now we can get rid of this nozzle because that is doing the work. Oh, yeah, we're going to fix that. That is doing the work of all nozzles. That's the benefit of that. We don't need any other nozzles in this area. Looks like we may have a flood here though. It is filling up to the tree here. So we may have to tweak that. And how do we get this to stream better? Stone maybe here. Just trying to build a channel. Trying to control the water stream. So if we put a stone up there, and up there, and there, and just create a false channel. Just narrow the stream. Oh yeah. That's an epic waterfall coming down here. It's lagging my system too. That's the problem. You gotta be careful with that. I don't think we want to do that. But it is pretty cool that you can manipulate it. So now we're just making almost like a pool up there and just controlling that stream to be smaller. And it's almost like it's pooling in this little pond up here. And then we can dig that out a little bit just so we get rid of the grass and make a, yeah, that's better, proper little pool there. But now what we need is a pool down here where it's falling into instead of just grass. So we'll make a little pool. And we'll bring in the stone. Less, when it hits the water, we just want it hit the water. Yeah, there we go. Hit the water and not grass or... Yeah, we could probably bring it back just a little bit. Just let it free flow. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think once it settles, we can kind of determine where the water is sitting, and maybe we carve out some of that grass and just let it, well, maybe we do that right now. Why not? Yeah, let's do that right now. We could do it. We'll just use the mining sieve. And we'll just carve out kind of this grass here. We need to put the wheel here somewhere. Like, my thing's massive. That's too big, isn't it? Yeah, it's massive. What is spitting though? That's a bonus. Yeah, the little one will work better. We'd have to bring it out to the waterfall like that. Something like that. We actually need it under the waterfall. So maybe if we place a pillar here. Yeah, and then we'll go on this side. And we'll place a platform here. And then we should be able to get this in there. We might have to do some carving. Maybe? Yeah, it takes a bit of trial and error because you can't really come at it from the front. We need it about there. Yeah, that's where we need it. And then we get rid of that. And then you could just place a pillar close to it, or a thin one, and make it look like it's being propped up by it. Like that. And then just do the same here. And one there. Yeah. And then we could build something around that if we wanted to. You got a cool little water wheel. We got to carve out the back a little bit, so we'll do that. That's the beauty of when you have waterfalls and that kind of stuff, you can integrate a water wheel because it's just being powered by the waterfall. Adds a bit to the base too. Got this cool little water wheel. I think what we'd need to build over there is a little shack or something. the water wheel shack. I wonder how we are for the grid. Looks like we're okay for the grid over there. I think we could build something right here. That. And then build like a little shack up here. I just don't like how the water's coming off like that. Because it's quite a big swath of water coming down again. So we gotta fix that. So maybe we... we're getting a bit of water pooling there. I wonder if it's because of that. Yeah. Getting a bit of a pool of water. Just giving the water a bit more room so it's not splashing on weird stuff. And less it has to interact with stone, I think it works much better. Well, it's not that bad. It's just I just want the water to come over the water wheel, not just kind of falling on it. Oh, we could do a stone channel, so we just need to build it out. Like that. And then build another one here. And then one more here. And then put one here. And then we just build a... yeah, there we go. And we just build a ledge for it. Yeah, there we go. This is what I did for the Shire below. I made a channel using stone. Yeah, that's the ticket. Now it looks almost natural. Now we can control more where the water goes. Like we want it kind of streaming over the wheel. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's cool. That's perfect. Don't mess it up. Don't mess around with it. It's working. Okay. Well, we got there in the end. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, now it looks like it's, you know, it's streaming over the water wheel. It's not just falling on it. Oh, we gotta build a bridge across here. Maybe the house is over here. Because then you would see it from the base, right? You wouldn't see the house first. You'd see the water wheel. And that's what I want. So if we put the house here, like up here, right here, Alright, daylight's back. Good. Okay. And it's 4 plus 2. Should be a good size, I think. And maybe we bring it out here a bit. Yeah, maybe these two are connected. Then we should make the shroud wood. Keep it consistent with the build. How big are we going to make this thing? I don't want it a massive house. I think if we do, that's 4, but I got it 4 to the pillar. We don't want it sticking out that much. We want it in line with the water wheel. Yeah, like that. We have to trim a little bit of this off here. Yeah, like that. That looks good. Let's put our window here. Do we make it out of this stuff? Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll leave the front open, I think. Maybe we make that a bigger window just to even out the spacing. Yeah, like that. And then we just need a half roof. We don't need a full roof on there. We're just leaning against the stone. Like that. So the stone is acting as part of the roof. Yeah, like that. No, not like that. Get up there. There we go. Got this little lean-to up here. Yeah, that's more like it. Maybe we just take a little bit of the stone out here, not too much. Does give a cool effect. That. Oh crap. We destroyed our little channel. That's part of the channel. So maybe we'll just add a bit of terrain in there. Just to make it look like it's part of the rock. And then we have to put a stilt on here. So it's just floating there. And probably one in the back too, eh? No, you can't really see it. It's fine. Yeah, and it kind of matches this too. You know, it's the same block, and then it just come down. I always like to work in with the terrain and less about modifying it too much. Other than we just flatten this. Yeah, and we could put a mill up here. Maybe we'll put a bench here and enjoy the scenery. And maybe a little garden down here. We'll put little flowers coming around here. And then we got the berry farm up there. Maybe we make that whole bank berries. How about we build a berry picking station? Have baskets everywhere. Yeah, let's do that. I'm thinking we would have just stairs going up here, right? Like one there. There. Nope, that's too high. Just maybe a one step. Yeah. Comes in, and then we'll just level this off. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Just get that nice step in. Probably get rid of that little bit of stone there. It's kind of jutting out. There we go. Maybe we can get rid of that. This grass is poking through the block there. There we go. Like that. Yeah. Oh, that's an idea. We could make a little deck here. Right there. There. Oh, one more. Yeah, and then we put a stilt on that. And that's like, we'll put a little bench there and you can just sit here and enjoy the view. Yeah, it's always the little things that make a difference. Okay, let's get out of here. We're done here. to what it looks like. Oh yeah, that's cool. Here a little. Although this thing over here is now, it doesn't need to be there. That one. And maybe we just double up the floor there. Yeah, maybe. Looks a bit staggered, doesn't it? This thing here. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Okay. We'll have to get a Crafty mill for that. I don't have one. Don't want to cover up that awesome pulley system we got there. So maybe we'll just dig this out. Yeah, that looks cool. It's kind of tucked in the back. Come in and you can still use it. Windmill. I think we build that next. We put that here. Yeah, it has to go here. Just open it up. Yeah, there we go. Now it's a bit better. You can see the barn and it's not so. Probably put a path up here. Maybe a path up to the up here. Like that. And then we'll have the just a small shack here. Nothing crazy. We could do it this way where we have the main structure and then in the middle we have another like a smaller roof, so it's almost like a tiered roof. Just got to decide where do we want that tiered roof on the side. I think the tiered roof would be, you'd come in here, you run in, maybe the mill is in here, maybe there's a little bed in here, and just yeah, I think that could work. So let's do the floor plan first. I'm gonna make it out of this block because that's what we're building with in here. We'll get rid of this. So maybe it's kind of in this gully here. Like right here. Then maybe we'll make it, that's pretty small, too small. So maybe we'll add to the corner, we'll add two blocks to each side. So we'll do there, 2, and here. Just to make it a little bit bigger, and then 2 in the back, which is basically 8 and 8 and 8. Yeah, that's a fair size. Not too big, not too small. And then we will build. Now we'll do the front floor plan. So do we have a stagger here? So maybe we go like that, and that's the front. Then I'll have a little like a roof peak, and then that will have a roof peak. Yep, could work. You could put it going out that way a little bit, so it's not just a square. There we go. Get rid of some of that grass. And you could tell we were missing a block there because you couldn't see it. And then maybe we go out this way. 1, 2. Be an interesting roof to build, I think. But this is the main structure here. And then it goes out. Actually, let's extend that. It would be a really weird roof to build it like that. Yeah, there we go. So we got a little bit of an extension here. How big are we? Just in correlation to a 4M. So basically 1, 2 4Ms. And almost, yeah, almost like that. two 4Ms, two Ms, and then just a little bit of plus. You know, I always look at it from a, because I kind of just freestyled it, but we're just looking at the dimensions. So we're pretty close to a something like that. Yeah. Okay. Just if you're following along. This is more of a freestyle build, so I'm just gonna figure it out as we go. So let's put a wall up here. And we want it on the inside, we want it on the outside of the block, one block down. And we'll worry about the windows later. Not that far down. That far down, yeah, there. Just bring it to the edge of the structure there. I'll put one here. Now this I want to be an extension to a degree. That, yeah, that's cool. Oops, we misplaced that one. Oh yeah, okay, okay, this one's wrong. We gotta bring this one like that. And then we just gotta extend the floor plan by one to cater for that. Yeah, right there. Yep. Get that little extension, comes in. There's a bit of interest when you're looking at it from a side. It's not just square. Do we want it this way? Like that? Or do we want it? Yeah, I think if we go... Or do we want it to go this way? What's gonna... And then I think if we do it that way, that'll be good. And then when we do the front one, we do it this way, right? So the front's gonna be like that. So you get that kind of mini cross cable. So that's sometimes how I plan the placement of the roofs. Just roughly place a roof up there. Let's place this roof. So what I'm thinking is wall, step. So wall, step, right? That's what I'm trying to get in the step. Like that. Yep, that works. That tree is causing issues, isn't it? Oh, we're not on the grid. You can see that it's not the center. Good showcase of what to do when it's not on the grid, though, is you just use these ones. So I think that's not. No, we got to do it from the outside. We want it one block. Yeah, one. Yep, and then this one. Camera angle. There we go. Yep, I think that's right. Yep, okay. So now we're just building across just like we do in any other roof. We're just not on the grid. Meaning it's not perfectly square. Or it's not following the enshrouded voxel grid, I guess. It's a bit, yeah, hard to see with that tree there. So we'll just, something going on with the roof over there. Oh, this tree's got to go. Now we can see. Yeah, it's totally messed up over here. There we go. Now we can know. Now we can see what we're doing. Yep. And then we take one of these. Bit different. I will have to double roof it, obviously. Nice little interesting roof. It's not just flat. It's got a bit of character. We're double roofing it, so I think this won't be a problem, but we'll see. Yeah, there we go. It's corrected itself. So that's fine. Yeah, it's fixed that little weird hanging out thing there. And with roofs, you just gotta experiment. You know, it is a bit place it, see what happens. kind of with enshrouded roofs. You know, I'm still learning how to do different types of roofs. That's right. And then we just fill in the gaps, I think, with these ones. Possibly, I don't know. We'll have to see. It's gonna work. No. Maybe there. Maybe right there. Yeah, there we go. And then you can just do it by hand. Got a bit of a gap there. Oh. Yeah, and then we just put those flat roofs in there that we put there. Yeah. Do we need flat roof? We don't need to double roof those because they look fine, right? Oh, we do need to fix that though. I think sometimes you don't have to double roof everything. It's mainly we're trying to cover up the step walls. So maybe we just merge it in, yeah. The unfortunate thing when you work off the grid is that you don't get the detailing on top of the roof. So you're not getting that. You see the little, almost like this, the fiber has been wrapped and placed on top. You don't get that when you're off the grid. So we're not getting that extra detail up here. I don't think we can add it either. No, it doesn't work. Oh no, it's just building up. But that's okay, it still looks good. Okay, now we can add the windows. Maybe, ooh, gotta fix the roof in here. So now we're just looking for the V. There it is. And just try to get a nice V going through. Yep. I'm checking the lines. They're going around. They're going around. It's no weird. Maybe that's a weird. Is that a weird thing or not? No, it's the way it should be. Yep. I think a good. Oh, there's something going on here. Good. Yeah, maybe. We'll tidy that up. Yep, looks good. Got a bit of, yep, that's got to go. So it's always getting different angles. Yeah, that's a mistake. I don't know if that's, should that be back there? Oops, wrong block. Comes out and then up. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Oh, now that this has got to be that flat roof we built, right? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, missed that. There we go. Perfect V now. Oh no, you see that? Oh, that's hilarious. One block out. It's always one block out. Okay, let's fix the shorter one here. We'll fix this one. Oh man, I don't know how many times that happens to me. One block out. You could do all the planning in the world, and you could still mess it up. Oh, I've had some doozies. Imagine a big castle wall. Massive. And it's one block out. I was like, oh no. Do I just leave it? I couldn't leave it. I had to fix it. So I think we need to fix this roof now because we were a block out. That's why this wasn't aligning. I was like, why isn't it working? There we go. And does that, it looks weird. Is that? So this is the mill house. So we need to build a windmill on this, don't we? So maybe we take a single block and we'll go 1, 2, and then maybe we'll put one underneath as a brace. And then we'll see how far we can go in before it hits the roof and then bring it out. Try to center it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Looks cool. A little windmill. And it's just interacting with the ground. Yeah, so we'll have to flatten this out a little bit. And we'll just bring this back a little bit. Yeah, like that. Could put it up 1 notch too though. Yeah, maybe we put it up 1. It's just a bit low. So we can, because we got a bit of room up there. So maybe we put it up there. And we bring that out by 2. Put one under, oops. Put one underneath the brace. And then we put it up there and it'll be sitting more at the peak of the... Yeah, that's better. It's not so low. Yeah, it's a pretty simple windmill, but these things aren't very big either, these windmills. So it looks weird on a really big build, but on a smaller build, it's really balanced. I hope they release a bigger one, kind of like the small water wheel, the big water wheel. And then we got to put a window here so we can see it, because that's the best part of these things. And you get that really good ambient sound too. Although just don't put it in a base. You just hear that constant grinding. Yeah. Then maybe we'll put a window here. Oh, we're not centered, so we'll have to do a bigger window. And then maybe we'll put a door here. And then a couple windows in the back here, and we're not in the center either. Yeah, this build is, like I said, it was freestyle. I wasn't really paying attention to grids and spacing and all that kind of stuff. So sometimes if you do freestyle, it can kind of come back to bite you because you're not paying attention to your grid spacings and stuff. I always like multiple access points because if you're coming in from, you know, you're coming in here, you go in here, you can go out here, we want to go up there. You know, we need to probably flatten this out a little bit. Maybe we just start here and just make a little path through here. Yeah. And then we'll just fix that. We made these 2, right? And we want it, yeah, like that. And then we'll put it like that. Yeah, just a little enclosure coming in here. Maybe remove some of that material here. Gotta be careful we don't mess up this this path. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we got a nice path down into here. And then out to there. Gotta move this guy now. He's in the way. Maybe we'll put him up here maybe. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that works. Probably gonna put more wheat here. Have it coming up to the grainhouse. Maybe this grainhouse is surrounded by wheat all the way through. That'd be really cool. Yeah, it's not a massive build, but just adds a little bit more layering to the farm. We have to build a fence all the way along here too. It's going to take a bit of time. Turned out really well for a freestyle build. This build's coming along really well. It's a ranch. I've still got so much work to do. I love that. That's so cool. Yeah, that barn turned out really well. I do love this block. It's perfect for a farm. You know, it's not granite. It's not wood. It's just a really nice barn kind of texture. And it looks good too. I mean, that looks really good with the fiber roof, the blocks. The color matching works really well together. You know, you got this really dark brown edging around the fiber roof. The shroud wood looks really good with this as well. It's a great combination, you know, and we got this kind of with the planters being shroud wood, the fencing being shroud. It's a really nice combination. And then you could, you know, even having this wood here, it kind of blends in as well. It's very rustic. I love building rustic. It's probably my favorite in Enshrouded is rustic builds. Yeah. And we got this turned out really well. Just a little workshop. You got your bed in here. Be a pretty cool build just to live in. You know, you could have all your gardens, you have your room, make storage. This is a proper little, I guess a homestead is the right word for it. Right? It's not just a farm. I always like to have a wagon like it's almost being unloaded or about to be unloaded. Kind of like somewhere where you kind of would expect to see a wagon. As long as it's not in the way. Something like that. Yep. Yeah. It's getting... And then I usually put crates in it. So you could put a couple boxes in there like it's being loaded or unloaded, or maybe we got some honey. We're transporting some honey here. Just put one in there. And then put one on top. And then just kind of twist it around a little bit. And then you could put one here, like we're unloading it. Got some honey in it. Yeah. And it's a bit of props, detail. I was thinking with these wall flowers, red wall flower, and maybe like this. We could do like this one's maybe red. We've got red ones there, yellow ones there. Maybe we'll do purple ones on the Grainhouse. You could put them inside too, if you want. I don't want to put them all on there. We could put some on our little shed though. Now here's where you can put them inside. We'll have to get some other colors in here instead of just all green ones. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Leave that there. Kind of a pulley for something. That's a big one. So you can put them inside or outside. You can do is use it outside and just embed the pot. Get a nice little monstera. Maybe this is up in here. We're using it to till the land here. Our lake is looking really good. I'm gonna put one of these in here somewhere. I think we'll probably have the bed. Maybe the bed's in here? No, that would be a good place for storage. I'm thinking a bridge. Let's go make a bridge right now. I think the bridge would be right here to the, over to there. So maybe we just lay this one. Figure out which way do we want it. We want it that way? Yeah. And we maybe a little bit of an angle. Just blend it into the, so it looks like it's always been here. Yeah, something like that. Takes a little bit of tweaking. Just so that when you run up here it's pretty good. We've got a little bit of a bend in it so it doesn't look like it's flat. Just carry a rake with you everywhere you go because you'll notice little imperfections as you're traversing the property. And you're like, oh, there's a hole there, or there's a gap, or it's missing grass, or we got a weird pathing thing going here. You know, it's just minor touch-ups here and there. I've attempted this before, but we'll try it again. Maybe we do it right. Yeah, it would have to be there. I'm just going to build a platform down there. Just to below the water somewhere. Yeah, right about there. So, take one of these. I think so you could see the barrels, yeah. So maybe, are we sitting how far? We'll have to place it and see how how much of it. Oh yeah, that's good. Most of it's in the water, but not all of it. I'm gonna put one here, there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then we'll take, well, we could take one of these. It's pretty big though. I'm thinking of using a table. Bring it down in there. Like that. Maybe? Or maybe we see the nails, yeah. Like that. And then we put another one here. And then we could make it bigger, 4 barrels. Maybe we put it at the front because there's more room. That. And we take another couple barrels. Maybe, yeah, maybe they have to be apart from each other. So you can see that it's 2 barrels. So maybe we'll pick this table up. Yeah, like that. That's what I was thinking. Then I'm gonna put an umbrella on it and a little chair. You know, float around in the lake. Yeah. And then we put a chair on here. I was thinking we could try to make an engine out of this. Maybe we put a little, maybe we embed it. Kind of like maybe that. And then we'll remove these. That's hilarious. That's cool. Little floating raft out there. Oh, we got the umbrella. So we'll put the little umbrella on there. My father had a cabin up in a really remote area in Canada that had a beautiful mountain lake. And we had this raft. It was basically, it had styrofoam underneath. And it was quite low to the water. But we used to have an umbrella on it. And a picnic table. And we'd just float around the lake. Or we would just have, you know, lawn chairs on there. And that's where I kind of got this inspiration from, is to make a raft with an umbrella on it. So if these are a bit tricky to get chairs underneath, but it could work. We've got this little raft. And then you could, gonna put a little table on there, and we'll have a little, maybe a lawn chair with a coconut drink on there. And you could just sit here. You know, have a lawn chair here and you could just sit, you know, sit on the raft. And the barrels are just about, yeah, the bottom ones are a bit too low. Might have to fix that. So we'll fix that right now. So when you do stuff like this, you always need an anchor. So that's why I'm putting a block underneath, so that I can use it to position the barrels. Yeah. We're getting a bit of a, might have to put a drain in here. We're getting a bit of a, it's a bit higher on the left, the water, than the right. So I think once we fix the level, this should work better. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just thought it'd be a nice little addition to the farm. Okay, that's one thing I wanted to get done today. Didn't take too long, actually. First thing, it's going to put these down. One on each side. I'm going to embed them. Yeah, about there. I think if we kind of put it in the middle here somewhere. Bring it down about one there and one there. Which way? I think we go this way. Yeah, the thicker end in the water. Something like that. And then we rest this on, on that. Can we get it on there? Yes, we can. Is that in the water? Yes, it is. Okay. Now we're just gonna, that way. Maybe we'll bring that one down a little bit, like it's like that, yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we take, I was thinking is rotate it so the, yeah, like that. And then G, no, not G, T. And up. And can we get that in alignment? Yes, we can. Okay. Ooh, ooh, this is tricky. Stay there. Go up. No. Okay, so it's not snapping, so let's put a block down as an anchor. So maybe we put it right there. Rotate it around. G. We'll place it there and see. Yeah, that looks good. You can't see the end of it. Looks like a paddle. Okay, we'll get rid of that. Got one paddle in there, ready to go. And then we'll do this one. It's a slightly different angle, which is good. Don't want it the same. Let's put a block down here. These help. These anchor blocks work really well to get things like this into position. So, because you can basically use it. I call them anchors. Yes, that's cool. Okay, cool. We got a paddle, a couple paddles on our raft. Okay, and we got the little umbrella. We could move. Oh, yeah, I think that works. You could sit. Well, technically, you'd be sitting here to row, right? But we're currently just relaxing. You know, we're not going anywhere. Yeah, nice little raft. I like it. I was thinking of making a little shack up here, like a berry harvesting kind of, you know, where we'd have a little shack where a whole bunch of baskets and kind of like a little workshop for the berries. We could flatten it, but I think I'm just going to build it here and put stilts on it, maybe. I'm not going to use the blocks that we're using over there. This is going to be just a rustic kind of vibe. So we might use these, but I'm thinking of using, those work well. These work well as well. The benefit of using furniture, you're not restricted to the grid. So you can lay it out any way you want. But if you use blocks, that's the grid here. So even if, you know, if you rotate it, it ain't doing nothing. So if you were to try to build a structure up here, unless you do like, you know, you do your edging, where you do like that, you can't really build a, you can, it's just going to be more blocky. But the benefit of using these is we can go, you know what, we want it to be like that. We want it to be down like that. Get it to 90. Yeah, 90. Bring it up. Where do we want this? Do we want it kind of like that? Maybe a bit down. We'll just shave a little bit off. Maybe we put it, I think, about here. Maybe a bit further away from the berry bushes there. And then just place it. And then just align yourself. Try to get the overlap. That's as high as I can go. So I can't get an overlap on this one if I stand there. So what you have to do is, because it's anchoring to the bottom here, that positioning. So if I take that out and just place a block as an anchor. So now I'm going to do that. Grab that and then get your angle. And then now I can adjust it properly. Just got to find the right place to stand. So if you want to get the same angle, just bring it up to your original. Unless you actually remembered the angle it was at, which I didn't look. Bring it down. We got to go T. Yeah, and bring it down. That looks like we're in the same angle. So that's good. And now we can bring it here and we can use that block as an anchor and we can get up higher. So now I'm just aligning, overlapping. Probably have to bring it up a little bit. That looks like it's, yeah, that looks like it's about right. And now we got this little platform. And then you can just hit undo on the block and get rid of it. And then I'm thinking of adding walls, so probably you could use these, or you could also use these. You just have to, you can see how high it is. Because we're sitting, it's basically using this as an anchor, and they're quite high. So what you need to do is dig a hole here. So get your terrain block and just dig where you want it. And then just dig a good ways down there. Where you're going to place it, I usually just dig a big hole and check it. Is it deep enough? Is it the height you want? Still not big enough. Gotta make it a little bit bigger. You basically have to dig the hole big enough to fit the legs in. And it's just terrain anyway, so it's pretty easy to fill back in. Yeah, like that. That should be enough. And then you just grab it, and now you can get it to go lower, you see? That's the lowest I can go. So if I were to position it, say, there, too far back. To pick it up, look at the right or left, point your character to look at the leg. Like I'm kind of looking at that, looking down, and you'll get the pickup. So I think that was too low and too far back. So maybe, yeah, that's pretty low. So we can bring it up. It's a bit of back and forth, place it, pick it up, place it, until you get the angle. So maybe about, try to get as close as you can. Yeah, it's not bad. We're still a bit of ways away. What you could do too is, now that you got that placed, you can align these to it. Because now you know how to do that. Just, yeah. And then you got your wall. It's a really cool rustic kind of shed idea. You could use this for barns, pens, sheds, and you're not restricted to the voxel grid, which is great. You could place that one just so you can kind of guesstimate where you need to dig the hole. Yeah, like that. And then grab your thing. Now to get the height right, because what I do is use a block if you can, if it's on the grid or if it's not, so we know. Yeah, and just get this across. We're only looking at the level, so we want to make sure that looks like we're just resting underneath it. So now you can see that it's shifting the positioning. I can go in and out, and I can go, now it's up and down, so I want to bring that up. And I think, because it's hard to see, it's a bit of trial and error to get it to go in there. You might have to adjust your hole, because it's a bit of a snapping. Sometimes it takes a bit of fine-tuning to get it. So it takes a bit of place it, remove it, place it, remove it, to get the right height. And placing this block up here really helps, because then you can kind of align it to the block and you get the same height. It is a bit fiddly. And I think what we'll do is clear this off. Sometimes this one works better when you're not on the grid, because it's more of a circular pattern. You can get a bit more control with it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Little ferry station. And then we'll have to put stairs here. Obviously we can't build stairs here. Maybe if we put the stairs here. So you got the berry farm, you come up here and go up the stairs. So you can use these as stairs. Just position it where you want the stair. And then just drop down about half, give or take. And then come down again. About half. You could run that right across. I'm just going to have it there so we can get up. Kind of just use makeshift stair. You could put additional boxes underneath. You could put these there as planks. Rotate them around. Position them. Yeah, like that. And then you could put one in the middle. And then for the roof, you can do these as well. I'm going to put an angle on it. There goes the daylight. So just rotate it and then G, bring it over. You might have to put an anchor down too. Sometimes it has issues snapping there. Yep, that's good. We're too low. Yep, we're at the right angle. Yeah, it's pretty good. You got like a little lean-to, and that's a bit better on the clipping because it's just a little bit higher. But still, when you come in here, it's not bad though. It's not as bad as if it's really low. And then I think we're going to put up here we'll put a workbench, we'll put some tables. You got this cool little workbench up here. I'm thinking to put some boxes in here, kind of like it's kind of a staging ground for the berry picking. And we'll put maybe some more of those. I was thinking maybe we can incorporate those. Maybe one of those. Lots of baskets. Yeah, something like that. I'm thinking these could be like little screens here. I don't know. Could be like a little screen of some sort. And here too. Always good just to experiment. Go, yeah, that looks kind of cool actually. It's little screens. If we get the big one, we could put the big one back here as a backdrop. There's another one of these tarp kind of things. I love these baskets, these little round ones. They work really well for putting like props and stuff. I always put them by the berries, almost like you're berry picking. Maybe we have one here. Maybe we got some here. Yeah. We got to get the food things so we can place food on here. We'll put a whole bunch of berries everywhere. Like we're, filling up the berries. And just add variation, Kind of like they've just been randomly placed there, they're not perfectly even. And yeah, kind of cool little workstation for the berries. Berry farm. Oh, we got to get the little smoker too and bring that in here. Yep, I like that. It's cool. Maybe we put berries in here, all through here, all up in here, so that this thing is just encased in berries. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe this one's the one that we rotate over. Like it's fallen over. And that one's even more rotated over. Yeah. We gotta put a barrel up here too, like we're making some wine or something. Try not to get it too cluttered up here. Maybe it's right there, yeah. Maybe it's stacked. Oh, we need a cable up here to chain. Yeah, you get that nice little, has that real kind of crafting station vibe. Okay, that turned out really well. Oh, yeah, we could put some of those down. The only problem with these is you got to rake them out usually, and we're not very even here, so it could be challenging to place these. Oh, we're going to put berries here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Maybe we just do it here. We'll do a swath of these. I don't put them everywhere in my build. But they are really nice. Just adds insta flowers, And then you could just rake them out. So just spread it out. Go on your circle. Although we got weeds here. So there we go. You could make a pattern around a tree. Like that. Kind of adds that really kind of colorful kind of vibe. I just try not to spread them everywhere. Just in certain spots. Otherwise, it's just all flowers. It gets a bit full on. But you can do stuff like that. I always put it by the beehive. I spend a lot of time on the beehives because I really want to create it like its own little ecosystem. You know, it's attracting all the bees. There's flowers, there's berries, there's mushrooms, and just different types of plants. And it just kind of adds a little bit of life to this area. You can just grab it and pull it around. Yeah, that looks cool. It's like a little flower patch. Maybe we'll make this whole one flowers. When used sparingly, it looks really nice. If you do your entire build like this, it gets a bit full on. I did that in the past, and I've kind of don't use it everywhere. Because now that looks really quite colorful, and everything else is green. Then you get that nice swath of flowers. Almost like it's intentional. Yeah, little raspberry patches coming along. Still got to add garden edging around that. These make great planters as well. And then you could just tidy up the edge with the rake. I think we need more, so maybe we, yeah. Nope. Yeah, as soon as you do that, it pulls in the grass. It's weird. There we go. Got a bit more flour in there. Yeah, it's subtle, but, you know, every little bit helps. What else? We got these, that's the lights. Yeah, maybe we do the lights. We gotta put it on the inside. I think we put one right above it. I usually go about sometimes halfway between the two. So the way you can get these lights to be the same height or close to it. Right now, if I hit snap, it's snapping to that block, right? So I use snap not necessarily to place it. Sometimes it works, like that actually works. So now I know that's the same height. Is it actually in the center or not? I think it is actually. Yeah. But you can also use it to get the height and then undo snapping, and then you can move it. So at least you can move within that vicinity so that you can kind of go, okay, yeah, I need it at that height, but I need it over a bit. And that's how you can kind of get your alignment with lights. Yeah, I love these lights. They're such a cool addition to the game. We need one over here in our little mill house. Maybe we'll put it right. Oh, it's not gonna let. Oh yeah, there we go. Also thinking that you can't see the light, but at night it's just gonna have a nice little ambient glow. I wonder if that would look pretty cool too, wouldn't it? We had one there, one there. It's really good to do the lights at night, obviously, because then you can see the dark spots and you can just carry your lights around and figure out where you want everything. We got 30, it's probably not going to be enough. So we'll start at the fence post. And then you can put one of these here. I usually align close to that strap, maybe about there, and then just place it. And then I align this kind of in the same. Give a little bit of a gap. And then when you place this strap, you can also rotate this so it's not always the same shape. So maybe like that, bring it in a little bit. And just work your way up. It's a bit time consuming, but well worth it. Now we got this big hump here, so I'm gotta be careful I don't go too low. So maybe we'll have to tilt it and bring it down a little bit. Maybe like that, yep. And we're really got a gap here. We got a gully. So maybe we make the gate here. I kind of guesstimate, like, if that's a gate, 2 gates. There'd be one there, one here for measurement, and I'll place a post. Then I'll pick these 2 up, and then I'll place this one slightly opened, kind of like it hasn't been fully closed, although that one looks like the other one. So maybe we'll have it maybe like that. Kind of been opened. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, something like that. I don't think I'll go much further. I'm not going to put it around the entire base. It's more just the farm area. Because once we have all the weed in here, having the fence around there, pretty cool. And then we got this one that's open. Maybe we adjust that. Maybe it needs to be fully open, like that. Yeah, that's better. It's like it's purposely open. Okay, that's the fence done for now. Oh, we got these gates. I wonder if we one here. What that could look like. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that looks cool. Although we are not in alignment with the block. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll just extend the block here. You could probably maybe go one more and embed it. See if that looks like. If we just place it. No. No. I like it like that. It's like it's intentionally butted up against that. Other than because we got a double wall here. So we're gonna put it, if you turn snapping on, it's gonna snap to either end. We want it in the middle, kinda. Oh. And then the frames in the middle. Yeah. Kinda like right there. And then right here. Just add so much to it when you add windows. Especially for the barn. I don't know why those are so high. They shouldn't be that high. Yeah, the floor's too low. Whoop. It should be picking up the floor underneath, but I'm just gonna leave it. I'll fix them now. I don't want to come back. Now we got the right height. We just have to move those. But we'll put the remaining windows we have. Definitely need more windows, eh? For sure. We need a whole whack because we got the barn to do. It's got a real country kind of vibe. I think we need a window there too, but if we put snap on that one, yeah, that works. Snap works for these ones because it's single, so it's really good just for swapping in these big windows. Yep, we're gonna need a whole whack over those. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's awesome. Those windows are awesome. They're a recent addition. Makes these bigger windows so much easier to deal with. What else are we missing? Oh, the chair for the raft. Gotta put that down there. We need a barrel up at the berry farm. Little raft. Now it's just furniture and props and dressings and, you know, making it look like it's lived in, and it's the little details that we're adding now. With this stuff, it's just like a terrain, the mud. You can really add a lot of texture to the bottom of the water. I don't want it poking out of the water. Okay, then we'll spread it with the rake. I don't put it everywhere. Like, I don't litter the bottom with this stuff. I just put it in certain areas. Kind of bring it around. Maybe we'll put some over here. Maybe put some there. Maybe up near the edges. Yeah. It's great for hiding a little details as well, like the textures on the rock and stuff. And here, we're gonna put more stuff in here, so that's pretty good. Maybe we put some, I'm just trying to think where we put it. You could build columns of it, which is pretty cool. Maybe we'll do that. I did that in my blue goblet. So maybe we do a column on the side, so it's kind of, it's feeding up. Maybe in this little crevice. That'd be kind of cool, right here. So we'll just drop one, and then two, until we get to the surface, and then we'll go up there and up there, and then we'll take the rake and then just raise it up as high as you can go, and then start kind of blending it in. Oops. And what we can do is just so you're not wasting blocks, and then we can do some shaving on that because it's a bit, so we'll take some off of it. I almost treat it like it's a tree root. And then you could have it kind of, you know, go across the ceiling a little bit. It's like this weird, almost like a fungus or something. It's just taking over. It'll add a nice glow to this area. And you can go through it pretty quick, so yeah. Still needs a little bit of work. It's going to be nice in here at night with that. So what I'm going to do is rotate it down till it's flat. Now we might use this one or the rustic one, I'm not sure yet. Now we can't see it, so we'll bring it up a bit. And then we're going to rotate it 1, 2, 3. And just line up this, try to line up the circle. It's a bit fiddly. Then I might have to bring it down, yeah. I'm just lining up the circle. Like trying to get it looking at all angles there. Yep. And then 1, 2, 3. Over there. And you get a really cool circular pattern. And then you can just basically remove the soil from in there. And the disc works really well for this because it's, and then just replace it with soil and you got a nice little round garden. And all I did is placed it, rotate 3, place it, rotate 3. With the doors, you can't plant anything inside. You might be able to if you put the flowers down first and then you put that thing. But what you can do is to use those. So we're just going to embed them so you can't see the pot. Or close to not seeing the pot. Like that. And then you could do a pattern. So we'll do like maybe 1. You need a few of them though. You could do that, right? Make a really cool circular pattern. You get a cool little circle garden. You could do the same and then bring in the next. Just got to see the pot to do it. Like how far can we get? We can put it there. Put one. Is it? Yeah. It doesn't look like it's level though, is it? I guess it is. And then we could put, you know, you could put a green one in there. We could put the yellow ones. These are a bit bigger. Bring it down a little bit. There you go. Funky, funky garden. I don't like the ones in the middle, but hey, it's yeah. Getting them out of there, it looks like it's not going to work. Yeah, maybe then we put Oh, how many of these we got? We don't have very many. That's a problem. You could put them on the outskirts. You could put them out here too. You could probably even just put them in here if you really wanted to. But you won't get it out. That's the problem. Like, I don't even think we... Oh, I was going to do these gardens here. So we'll do that. So we'll just, I think I'll use this one. Yeah, like that. That's good. And then we'll just tighten up the edge a little bit. Yeah, it's a nice little garden. Just be careful when you're raking here because it could spread beyond the block. So that's why I'm just kind of spot raking. Just like that. You could rake it, but sometimes you get more control when you use this terrain block. So I'd rather do that than rake it. Kind of like it's just overgrown a bit there. Yeah. Yeah, looking good. So you want to get a circle. So what I'm going to do is place one of these as a guide. I'm going to place it, go that way. And then just bring it up to where you want the garden. Maybe we'll do it where this pumpkin is. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll put it in there. Kind of tucked in the corner there. I'm going to take these and rotate them upside down to like 0 degrees. Bring them up. And basically use the circle of the door as a guide. And I'm going to tuck them down probably till you see that band on the butter churn. Maybe take it down to about 0.4, maybe 0.3. And use that as a guide. So I'm kind of just right there or close to it. Yeah, like that. And then just, now you can do it, one by one. So I'm going to do that. So yeah, it takes a bit of, yeah, there we go. Try to get the consistent spacing. There you go. And just keep working around. Kind of pick a happy medium there. And you get this really cool circle. And then you just need to try to get your pickup point. Yeah, that's it. And you get a cool circle. And then you can, just like we did with the other one, you can take your soil and place it in there, and you got a nice cool little circular garden thing. You can tuck those down deeper if you want. If you tuck them down just a little bit more, it'd probably look better. So what I'm going to do is just raise up the soil a little bit. That looks pretty cool. Yeah, so I wanted to show you that. Yeah, let's work on more garden stuff. And with these, I got this tip from a really creative builder. He used them along his paths. They almost look like something you'd see at a pier. What he did is he just placed them, and then you can bring them up a little bit, and then you bring them down, and you create that really cool fencing. Yeah, maybe we just leave it like that. And then we just take the rake and just make the path just a little bit bigger, like right there. Then we got a nice path in, and you don't see the dirt there, and you got these little horseshoe kind of little planters. Yeah, works good. I thought this would work good as a backdrop. I've done it before in a different build. Use it like almost like a sunshade almost. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Nice little sunshade for working. And with those other ones on the side, just adds to it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thought maybe these could be vats for the wine. I mean, we could put it underneath here too. That's what I was thinking. We could make a little cubby hole in here for it. Oh, it's like this weird thing in the back. You can hardly see it. That's good. And then you just do your berries. Yeah. Is there smoke coming out of the... No. So what I'm thinking is to put berries on here everywhere. And then we'll put this inside and do it like that. But yeah, getting that inspect is hard. So that's why you need to pick up the basket, put your berry on there, or you could put one of those too. You could put a dried one on there if you want. It looks the same really. You can put other things on there too. But this is the berry farm, so. And then just tuck your... with these ones you got that little bit of curve, so you could hide that wood. Like a little bit like that. Yeah, you got a little berry in there. So now what we need to do is grab the these things and position this to be, you see, if we position it here, I'll just show you, and we put a berry on it, it looks like it's, well, it almost looks like it's resting on the table. So we're going to pick up the table now. We know it's floating right now. It's sitting on the plate, right? It's sitting on the table. So then we can just place our berries. We'll add a berry. Okay. Now that looks terrible, right? And they're all just floating on that. But now we got to pick up the table, which isn't going to have an inspect on it. That's that. That's the table. Yeah, okay. Now we can position the table slightly lower, or slightly higher, sorry. So now we're going to align it to right there. I mean, it looks better than all those plates, right? So we can't get that lower. We can put some more berries in here. Put that down there. Hopefully we can get the inspect. No. Yeah. Pretty cool. You could put other stuff as well. You don't have to just put berries. This is the berry farm, so maybe we'll put one there. Maybe we put two in there. You just can't interact with it. You have to pick up the basket. So maybe we'll put one here. Yeah, first we need a berry, and I'm out of berries, so don't have to go too far for berries. Where did we? Oh yeah, there. Too bad you can't put more. You know, you can put more, but it only shows you one, right? Yeah, tucked in the back there. Yeah, that's nice. I'm thinking, place for it. So we'll dig a hole. Not too close to the stairs, though. Okay, that's enough. Yeah, kind of like this vat in the ground. That's kind of cool. And that could be like for making wine, right? This little workshop's come along really well. I was thinking of putting tools up here, like they're, you know, used for making the wine. So maybe we just put them here. Always a good addition just to any build. Cause it's got a little tool set, you know, little mallet, hammer. Yeah, just adds a bit of character. Maybe we'll put this here. Yeah, I did see it in a video. I thought, wow, that's such a creative idea. And I wanted to see what we can do with it. So what the build had was you take one of these and you rotate it. You bring it either, yeah, it would have to be that way, right? And you would have it probably on the inside because we got the wheelhouse here. So we'd want it to be visible here. So it looks like it's powering the Waterwheel, right? So would it be something like, you know, it looks like it's, oh, that's so cool, man. Even just placing it like that. And if you were to use it and put some wood in here. That's so cool. Oh my god. Sometimes I see these builds and I'm just like, why didn't I think of that? You know, because that is such a brilliant idea. And you don't even have to really do much with that. I mean, you know, you could probably tidy it up a bit. Even just like that. It looks brilliant. Yeah. So maybe we change this here. Yeah, conifer wood looks the best for this. It matches this block. So I think if we do it like that, we then place this. How did we have it? This way, yeah. And then rotate it that way. So it's 90-90. And then bring it up so you can see the pulley. And then maybe a little bit more, yeah, like that. Something like that. Maybe it has to, yeah, I think we need to add another 2 blocks here. And get rid of those 2. Oh no. It knocks it out of center. Okay, back up again. 90-90. Yeah, and then we can kind of position it in the center, right? So you can see the center of the wheel kind of. And I think that's about there. Maybe about, yeah, maybe about there. Yeah. And then what you could, I guess you could cover that, that's what I brought these for. You could try to cover the blade. It almost looks like a gear too, you know, it's just, like you could, I did see the guy, whoever built it. I will find the reference to his build and I will credit him. But, he used bamboo so he put bamboo on this edge, and I thought, well, these signposts would work as well because it got that extra detail. I just don't know where we're sitting with that signpost. Is it hitting the ceiling or not? So, or how high is it? So maybe if we put it there, what does that look like? Yeah, it's too high. Okay, so we have to bring it down. So maybe we go down to, oh yeah, there we go. Maybe we start over here. Oh, that's a tricky one. There we go. Is that too high or not? That looks pretty cool. And then we bring in, oh yeah, this, yeah, snappy. Too many things to snap to. Come on. There we go. Is that the same? Yeah, there we go. We'll put one here. Yeah, that looks cool. Okay, put another one there? No. And then if we put 3 here, which could be really challenging, unless we do absolutely just, we got to be careful we don't screw up our waterfall though. No, that's not enough. There we go. Now we can get in there. Get these ones in there. Snap. Come on, snap. Snappy. Yeah, there's so much things, it gets confused. What am I supposed to snap to? You know, it's trying to snap to, there we go. I think we had it about there. Did we? Yeah, it's going into the stone. That's kind of cool. I shouldn't have moved though. Well, there we go. Oh, we had it. So we can just stand here. Come on. If I turn snapping on? Oh no. Maybe? No. Okay. come on, snap. You were working just fine before. Oh, there we go. Weird. Okay. Yeah, looks kind of cool. Looks, you know, look like support beams of some sort. Other than we have 4 on this side and 3 on this side. Oh. Yeah. And then maybe you can get rid of this block here. I don't know. What would that look like? If we get rid of those 2. And that one. You don't see the block. Oh. Okay, we gotta do one of these tricks here. Use whoop. There we go. Yeah, that looks cool. You can't see the block now. You just see the beams here. Looks like it's being supported. It hides the blade as well. So now we gotta fill it in. The blade in the back looks like a cog, right? So it kind of works. It doesn't seem like it's out of place. Yeah, very cool. I'm happy with that. What I'm gonna do is make it look like they're open. Something like that, and then put one here. And technically, when you close that, it's not going to fill the gap, but you don't know that. Nobody knows that. So, yeah. Oh, they have to come up. It's cutting into the wood, so it has to come up a little bit. Something like that. Like they're opened, you know, to let the air in. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it looks cool. I'm thinking about here we build another boat. Why not? I think the boat right there would be pretty cool. It's kind of in the middle. So I've never built one of these, so bear with me. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm thinking that might use bamboo because it's quite uniform and we can lay it out this way like a bamboo boat. So let's see if we can do that. So if we bring that down. Now we got to figure out where the water level is, right? I don't know. It's hard to tell, isn't it? It's kind of like it's, yeah, it's a good guess. I think it's in the water, but not all the way. It's kind of, yeah, that should do. So now we're just going to align these as best as we can. Yeah, like that. And like that. Yep, and just keep going across. I think we make it as big as the 4M, eh? Well, maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, we go 4M. Well, can't stand on it though, eh? You can't stand on this, can you? I don't know. Is it the block that's holding us up? We'll have to see. I think that's a good size. So we'll remove the block and see what happens. That's hilarious. It's like we're making a whirlpool. Now we use one of these and we put it in the middle. Instead of bamboo, we use that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we got to be about there. So could we rotate this now this way? Or do we use bamboo for this? Because it's, yeah, that's what we do. We put that up there as the mast. I can't get any higher though. So we're going to make an anchor. So maybe we'll put the anchor right there. Yeah, we want to see the beam through it. So cool. And we might have to make this longer. Looks pretty small. And we'll tuck it in a bit so it's not, you know, fully taking the full length of the bamboo. To maybe about a little bit, I think just a little bit longer. Yeah, like that. Could look better, yeah. I just love using the water mechanics because you can just build stuff like this. And we're perfect too. We're like partly in the water and partly not. And then we got the little mast. And then I guess we should put that in the center now, eh? Yeah, I think we need to. Okay. That. We have to put a little bamboo chair on there too. I wonder if that mast should be higher, eh? I think mast needs to be higher. Or do we rotate it? Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, that's better. Okay. And then we just got to get a bamboo chair and get a little raft. We'll put have to get the curtains. What if we put a little wharf back here? That'd be pretty cool. If we build like a little wharf that you would walk out to here. Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to do that. Or, oh yeah, we're on the grid here, so we could just put a you could put a little thing out to it, and you get out to it. Well, yeah, just don't sit on it. Okay, let's tuck this down here. Oh my god, we're the same height too. That was unplanned. Happy accident that we're actually the same height. Is one enough? Or do we need two? Yeah. That's hilarious. Maybe we can double it up, eh? Maybe we can put two more underneath and make it a bit longer. Yeah, that's better. It looks like a proper little sail then. It's not just flat. What if we can use these? They look pretty cool here, wouldn't they? Maybe we tuck the frame into the door there. Yeah, that's what we do right there. Yeah, that looks pretty cool actually. Okay, well, I'll have to fix that. I think we made this bigger because it's like a barn door, right? I did intentionally make it bigger, but now that we're putting those there, we'll just tighten it up by one block. Yeah, that's cool. Kind of fits this build, these blocks and stuff. I think we need a chimney. I might put it here in the middle. One block. Yep. So we're got a bit of room. Depends on how high you want to go. You might want to tuck it down a little bit. Yep. And then you can do this. You're going to have to trim down below, or you can use this one. So maybe we do something like that, and then just, and then you could go one more if you wanted to, make it square. Yeah, it's a good chimney. And then you just have to get rid of these staggered things. So what I do is I go remove the roof, remove the block underneath, put the block, put the roof back. There we go. And then we're good there. Then the same thing here. Sometimes it's, yeah, we got to go there. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, and you get rid of that staggered. Now, because we made it a solid, that's fine. What we can do now is just take this one, right, and just cut through. It's a really quick way to make a chimney. And now we're down. And then you can just take your light, because we don't need that now. And you can just continue cutting out if you wanted to make it like that. You got this cool chimney. Probably might have to tidy up a block or two sometimes. Looks like that last one we didn't need to do. And then, yeah, looks good. What is that? Is that a block? Yeah. Okay. A couple of them we didn't have to do. And then you can get rid of that. And then you see the chimney there. Or you can leave it. I think we'll leave it. Yeah, looks good in there. I usually tuck it right down to the ground. I don't have the legs on it showing. Yeah, you get that cool little effect. Fits right in, you know. No spaces taken up. I still gotta craft more windows. Yeah, still short. Okay. But we do have these big ones. And those ones. I think we need a window there, don't we? Yeah, we do. Why is there no window there? It's because we followed that. This is an existing build, and I just kind of followed what was there. So we need to go one. So that's one. That's two. We need a. I think it's there. Yeah. No, that's not right at all. Oh, this is wider than that. Yeah, it's not the center. Oh well, no window. Because if you put it, oh, yeah. That window's not in the center. That's what I get for following the existing build that was here. If you can't get it in the center, then you can go, okay, well, let's just make a bigger window, and that usually solves that problem. That big then, instead of it's just a single window, just to make it fit in that gap. Yeah, it's a bit fiddly. You gotta kind of just play around with your angles. Get it right. Okay. You're being stubborn. Okay, you're not going to work that way. What you can do is you can remove a block, place it, and then just hit W, and you can get it into that gap. Sometimes it just takes a bit of seeing what works, what doesn't, and then just work with the constraints of getting it in there, because it was trying to snap to the first window. Now it looks pretty good. Let's get rid of this. Yeah. Let's put a block down there. One there and one there. Could always fill the gap in after. And now if we place, so if we put that there as the guide for the toilet seats, align them this way. We want to get maximum coverage, right? Because we don't want a tiny little circle. So I wonder if we go on the outside of that circle, like right there, and bring it down to about there. I think could be good. And then if we go, yeah, this seems like it's a better. You can't get a perfect, you know, you can't really do much with rotation, so you kind of have to kind of go like that, and then change your height. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. Okay. Now we just need to delete this and that. And then we got to figure out which one of these is the pickup. I think it's that one, because it's in the middle. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Man, that would make a good hot tub too. You know, the one I made at the lakeside cabin. That would make an awesome hot tub. It looks like one. So. Because you just put a nozzle in here and you could, you know, do the similar thing I did with my lakeside cabin hot tub. I might put some rock down there first. We're pretty low on that too. And then put some soil up top. Like maybe right. Yeah, that's better. What about if we just put a ginger plant in the middle? Because those are massive. And then we put... These are quite bushy but small. Like they're quite... So it could work really well. Yeah, that look kind of cool. Little garden there. Get crazy with the flowers. I'm always... You should know me by now. I get crazy with flowers. Not as crazy as the blue goblet though. That was insane. I don't know how many flax I went through on that build. Yeah, I just like it. It adds so much to a base. It's like it adds that real kind of cozy, kind of colorful, and my artistic creativity comes out because I'm like, oh, we could do a pattern here. We could do that. These are huge. Definitely don't want to put those in there. We need to get more seedlings. Maybe we do. Yeah, let's do one of these here. And then we'll take the flax and put it around it. So we got orange and blue. Yeah, that's going to look cool. That's the circle there. So we got like almost like a star, right? A star pattern. And we could get one in the middle. So that's your circle. That's the inner circle. To make it easier to see your flower pattern, what you can do is change your graphic settings to max performance. That way the grass texture doesn't render in, and it just makes it much easier to create artwork and patterns and that type of thing. So let's do that now, and you'll see the difference. 1, 2, 3. Keep it pretty tight quarters. Try to match the opposing side. Yeah, there we go. That's very similar to that pattern. And then we do the same here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then in the middle. Yeah, there we go. And then do one here. Wow, this is crazy. Okay. Let's see. Get as close as we can get to that one. It's right there. Maybe we place one in the center here. Maybe that'll be easier. So we have the guide for that one. Then we go out 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's probably the best one yet, isn't it? Yeah, that's the best circle to date. So I think that's the ticket. Get as close as you can get to the inner circle. Place your plant. And then place one as close as you can get to that one in the center. And then go back out. And now this, because now you're going to go, okay, that's as close as I can get to that one, to this one, and to that one. And then you can really keep the pattern tight. So yeah, I think that's going to work. So now we got a nice pattern. So what we're going to do now is let the plants grow, and then we'll come back to it. Go about there. Oh yeah, we'll do white. Yeah, why not do a white one in there? Because those are relatively the same size. So if we put it here. This is going to look pretty cool. I've never done this intricate of a pattern before. I always did circles. 6. Whoa, that's gonna look cool, isn't it? Because we got the pink and then the white. Pink, white, blue. Yeah. We'll let that grow. Okay, so now we got in every gap. So maybe now we just do, trying to think, because I want an outer ring of, maybe we do one, nope, one in the middle of each, right there. So we got flax, all flax around here, so maybe we put another one there, another one there. So that should fill out. And then maybe we just because we want the outer ring to be all flowers, right? So maybe we just do something like this. That'll fill out that gap. And then we'll put one there. We'll just bring this around. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. So I have to let that grow, and we're going to fill in the gaps. Oh, look at that. That looks cool. That looks really cool. Now we can fill in the gaps. You could just continue doing this. You know, you can continue working out. Kind of like the blue goblet. I was just going like this over and over and over and over, just planting flax flowers. It was absolutely insane. Oh, you gotta turn off the HUD for that. Let's see. Stand in the middle and you just do like wee. Oh my god, you get dizzy, wouldn't you? I mean, you could fill this entire area with another color, or you just do all blue, or you know, you could continue the pattern. Let's refine the circle around the altar, because at the moment it's a bit lopsided. And I think now that the graphic settings are lower, you can really see how out of whack it is. So let's do that now. That's pretty circular, right? Better. The yellow flowers around here, or the sage ones? I think the sage look good because they're quite bushy. There we go. So we got we got the first row. We'll wait for those to grow, and then we'll do the second row, third row as far as we can get in. That'll work. See, before you couldn't do this because you had max. It wouldn't allow you to plant closer, but now you could double it up. We got enough to do another row of these. Oh, no, it's flax that we put in here. We're kind of lopsided here. We'll have to fix that. Maybe we do the rest white flowers. So we have pink, blue, and then we just finish it with white in here. Just so this whole area would be white. That'd look kind of cool. So let's do that. We're close. Okay. We'll leave it at that. We could put like maybe some bamboo up here. Maybe this is the bamboo farm. So let's do that. Let's just plant some bamboo. Well, actually, let's put soil down here. Let's make this the bamboo farm. So we'll pick that up and that. And we'll get rid of that. And that. And let's just flatten this. Yeah, something like that. Somewhat square. Yeah, that's good. Good enough. And then just plant your soil. And you plant it once, like there. And spread it out. That should be enough for now. Could do a shrub farm up here. Maybe we do that. Maybe you want to do a coconut farm. Oh, bananas. Yeah, these bananas, not coconuts. So this is really about crop yield than anything. It's just, we need lots of this stuff. We'll grow it up here. Yep, maybe roll those. And then maybe, these are massive. So usually I plant the biggest thing in the back and then move forward. So we don't really want to do that. Maybe we need some more of these. So we'll just harvest as many as we can. Because I don't have seedlings with me. And now I'm just seedling farming, right? So yeah, something like that. Then you got a nice little farm for just all about yield. Do this once in a while. Like if you just put all bamboo in there and you just do a bamboo farming run, you could have like a chest full of bamboo in a heartbeat. And same with any type of tree. You know, you just plant as many trees as you fit in there and then come back and farm it, and you'll just have so many resources that are really easy to access. Got a good little farm going up here, and it's out of sight too, so you're not having to look at it all the time. And I think you could move those yuccas up here too. If we put it here, okay, if I put it right here under the, oh yeah, I can't get lower. Can you see it if I put it here? Probably, yeah. So we need to do it from below. So that's obviously visible. So maybe, oh, we gotta put something in it. So put one of those. Yeah, some of those. Haha. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that works. So if you ever need to do that, you could tuck it under the floor. And if you want to add just a bit of realism, I guess we'll put like a little shelf in here. That's good. And you can still access it. So it could still come up and access it. So we got to fix this too. This is driving me crazy why it's like this. I think what we're going to do is make this a bit wider so that the stairs aren't just butting against the wall. So we'll do that right now. So we'll just remove these, right? And just take this big chunk of block. Make sure it's in alignment right there. Yep, there. Place two on top, one there, one there. I might leave that, just I don't want to interfere with what's above, and we'll just start bringing this back a little bit. Make a little cellar down here or something. So right now we are, where are we at on the base here? Yeah. Okay, so we're, sometimes it's good just to look which way you're digging. Oh, okay, so we're going basically this way into this rock, so plenty of room to go underground for sure. we got to open this up just a little bit. Just got to be careful because it is, I can see light up there. So I bet you if I do that, yeah, I don't want to do that. So I think if we maybe just go underneath it, yeah, there we go. Yeah, start seeing the grass coming through. That's a sure sign that we're really close to the surface. Yeah, okay. I think that's big enough. Maybe a little bit, maybe we make it a little bit bigger, room for expansion. So maybe we go this way a couple, and that way a couple, and then go this way a couple, and that way a couple, and I'm missing materials. There we go. Plenty of room. That's what I love about working underground. You can really just go, you know what, I'm going to make it bigger. You know, I got so much room to play with. Now we'll place the walls. I'm just curious if we could shave any off of that without poking through the top there. So can we take another one off? Just. Okay. Just. Yeah, that's probably as high as we can go. That's pretty good. Just want to get a roof on here. Maybe we don't put a roof on this because it's kind of that root cellar kind of vibe going. You know, it's just underground. So maybe what we put down here is a little mini workshop. Forge, a furnace, all that kind of stuff. So what are we going to put down here? We're going to have to put a floor, right? Well, do we? Yeah, I think we do. We'll do shroud. Do we do this? No, I don't think so. This is the tunnel, so we'll just leave it. We'll make it a block. Yeah, that looks good. Looks really good. It's tidied up this area, and we could use it for more than just, you know, having a come into a wall. Under the nursery, we'll have a bigger workshop. So what I'm thinking is to put a plate right here. Because then when you just come downstairs, you just hit auto deposit and you're good to go. So let's just drop a chest in here. I always hide these as much as I can. I don't particularly like the look of them. They're just so, compared to a really rustic vibe, they're just like this big glowing green box. So I generally hide them for the most part, but still accessible. Let's build a little encasing for it. So. Kind of built into the stairs. So we'll drop a light in here, maybe right in the middle here. Yeah, that's cool. We can get rid of these ones now. And maybe drop one in the back here. There we go. Nice ambient glow down here, not too bright, which is good. So I'm gonna drop this. I like these in the corners because they kind of fit. You just hide the back. Yeah, looks good. Where are we going to put this one? Put it maybe, and then put this one here. Yeah, that works. And just keeping it simple. You know, I'm not building enclosures or anything like that. It's just kind of very practical. It's built. So let's see what else we got. We got the leather working and the kiln. I'm using that for a prop. And the forge and the tools. Yeah, that works. Yeah, looks cool. Now we'll pick up that light and readjust it. Right there. Yeah, that's cool. It's part of the emblem. And need to put this guy down. There we go. Well, maybe we take this out. Then we'll take this crucible. And we'll turn it over. And we'll make it into a table. Couple of those and a workbench. Oh yes, the workbench. Always need a workbench. Yep, that works. And a couple chairs maybe. It's kind of multi-purpose workbench / dinner table. So yeah, pretty quick workshop, but you know, it works. And plenty of space to expand and lots of room for chests along the wall here and there, and Wonder if these will give us a buff. We put it underneath right there. Nope. Yeah. Just adds a little bit to it. This guy might give us a buff though. Bathroom. Bathroom is underneath here. Wonder what we do with the toilets and stuff. I haven't really put anything out for that. I mean, I could build a cellar here. It's just I have to add stairs. But what you can do, and what I'll show you, even after the build is done, you can say, you know what? I want to add stairs. I want to add a basement. So you could have access going from the outside down. So you just kind of look, well, we got the chimney here. We could put it here. The stairs would go from here down and then underneath, right? So we'll dig this out, and then the door under to the basement would be there. And then we just follow the contour of the build. Generally, if I do a basement, I'll do it before I place the walls, and it'll be part of the floor plan. But sometimes you just want to add to it, so let's do that. So we'll probably dig out. You could do it this way. You could use the pick, or you could do it this way, and that's the way I'm going to do it, because then I can guide. I want the hole to be here, and there, and there, and then yeah, right there. So that's going to be the access down. So now we'll just remove those blocks, do it again. And then we'll have to get rid of the foundation around the side. And then some reason we're going to fix that. So that's fine. So now, oops, this one's wrong. We'll get rid of that one. Make sure we're, like that. And like that. Yeah, just so we're cutting a good square down. You probably want to go again. That's maybe one more. So we'll just do an undo on that. That's our anchor. So I'm just snapping to the bottom of that one. Bringing it across. Just like that. Yeah. There. Now we are probably a good distance from the, I think, below. Yep. And I think now what you can do is just place temporary stairs. So probably going to use, maybe I'll use these ones. And let's just plop in some stairs and see what they look like. So if we bring in probably, about there, we could go there. And then we want to go not that many, but maybe two steps down. And then we want to have it level, like that, right? So I think we'd have, let's drop this in first. Yeah, now we just need to delete a couple stairs just so that we can turn them around. Maybe one more. Yeah, we probably want it. Yeah, one more. So that the step will be here. So we now stop there at a 3. I think it's going to be a 3, not a 4 wide, because we've got the wall there. So we got comes down and then down. So let's do that. Again, just drop this in there. I'm going to tuck it in by 1. So it's actually the top of the first step is underneath, is merging with this floor. And I might have to, just check the alignment. There we go. Yeah, I was, okay. And now we're down at where we want to go in, exactly where we want to go in. So it's a pretty quick way to make stairs down. Just think of it as a L, and then you're good. So, okay. And it's quite, you know, kind of hidden. So, yeah. And let's just add us now down here. Obviously, we want a wall. We'll just cut into it. So that's generally what I do. Let's just place the wall and cut it. So let's go that. Just making sure we're here we go. Pretty close. I try to conserve blocks as much as I can. I could have used a longer one here, but I'm just trying to make it go to the bottom of the stone. Yeah, looks really cool. And then here you could probably just put some more shroud wood just to make this blend like that. And then put one there. I don't know if I hit it. Yep, I did. Got some blocks poking through there. Oop. Yeah. So now we got this gap. So what I tend to do is use this one just to get started in the hole. So when you're excavating underneath your build, just to get it started so you can get in there instead of using the mining pick. You could hit blocks and damage them. And now what I'm going to do is just clear some room, and then I can see that's the edging of the build. So you're just going to follow the contours of your floor plan above. I'm actually going to bring this down because right now it's pretty tight quarters here. I think we take it down another probably 4M. Yeah, like that. Bring it back. It doesn't have to follow the floor plan 100% either. You could make this totally different floor plan below than what it is above. It's just the entrance needs to be in alignment to the build, right? This here. Right? So I'm not too happy with that entrance because we're one stair out here. So we need to move the stairs back one. Okay, let's build the second. Just going to tuck the stairs in a little bit here, just because we're trying to align to the door and I don't have much room down here. So it's because the first placement was just a guesstimate. There we go. Perfect. Now we fix those stairs. So it's 1, 2, 3, a 3-step platform, 4-step. So that works really well. Come down. So I'm going to add another platform here. Going to make it a landing before you go down again. So I think make it a 3-step. So 3. So now that we got the landing for the stairs into the basement, what I'm going to do instead of dropping down this way, because we're going to have a wall here, is I'm going to make it go this way. So we just need to make sure we got some room here. We'll get rid of that. Tidy this up a little bit now that we know we got our stairs coming in here. We could probably get rid of that now because we used that for the stairs, but now that we got our stairs in there, we don't need it anymore. Just check everything. Yep. Making sure everything's good. Yep. And I think the stairs we're going to make standard width, which is 4. So I'll just make sure the platform is 4 wide. Yep. Comes down. And then we'll drop the stairs in there. There we go. Yep. Comes up, go up. Yeah, that's cool. And then we're just going to add the walls now. There we go. A good thing with building an Enshrouded, you know, if for example you have a gap in your wall, like say here for example, right? That hole. You don't need to fill it with a single block. Like you don't need to fill it like that because you can. But if I use the biggest block in the game, the 4M, and I hover over that hole, you can see the number there, 5. It means it's only going to use 5 blocks for that hole, right? So it's a great way for patching because you don't have to be so precise. You can just start filling in the gaps. You can use the big one, you can use a little one. I use these sometimes, you know, it just depends on the hole. If you're working in tight quarters, these smaller 2M walls are easier to manage than the big ones. Yeah, so it's just kind of go with, you know, jump around in your blocks just to solve the problem that you're trying to fix. So right now I'm just looking, we're got some grass poking out there, that's fine. Everything looks good, there's no missing blocks. Now we can do the floor. You could go down again if you wanted. You could make a level here, and then you could have stairs going down even deeper, and you could just keep going down. That's a benefit I love about working underground, is that you can go, you know what? Yeah, this is good for now. I might add another level later and keep working down if I need more space. Cool, we got a basement. I'm almost thinking that when you come down here, I'm just going straight. I'll show you a technique you can do with stairs. So what we're going to do is place another step here. Takes a bit more room, but it works. So now we got this kind of that, and then you just fill in the gaps with single blocks. So we're going to go one there, one there, one here, and just work across. And then you make this almost like a pyramid stairs. The benefit of that is I don't need to be going any position. I can go up this way. I can come down that way. You can go up that way. So you get this really just easy. You don't have to, all the stairs are here. I got to go up here all the time. So it just, yeah. There's just gotta, looks like we're just not flush with the wall. So we'll do that. Yeah. It's kind of a cool way to do stairs. I do this all the time if I got lots of room and I'm not too worried about space. So yeah, so in the basement here, I think what I'm going to do, and I'll show you, we'll place the proper lights in here now because we'll actually put these in here and they'll stay here. So I'm thinking maybe we have one, maybe back here. Yeah, one there. And probably one in the corner here. There. Yeah, that's good. I'm going to make a bathroom down here. Where's the tub going to go? I think the tub would be here. So I always put a rug down first. So what you can do with these as well, just because we have it in the corner, you can place a block. You could do something like that. So it's kind of like, or you could, and then make almost like a chimney, diagonal chimney. Something like that. Adds a little bit of, you know, instead it's just tucked in the corner. You can even bring it out further if you wanted, like that. Yeah, looks kind of cool. Could look cool up here, I think. Very fitting for a farm, that trophy. You could make this into a workshop. You could put the blast furnace, the forge, you know, workbenches, tables, chests, everything down here. And it's just more storage, right? Actually, might add a railing here. And yeah, I think that works. Yeah, we could almost get rid of that wall. Much better now when we come down here, it's not that weird thing, right? So we just extended the wall, brought the wall back by one. Yeah, much better, much cleaner. I don't even think I'm going to add a door in here, to be honest. It's just, you know, just open. Yeah, looks good. I like it. I just wanted to share that just because you didn't plan for a basement doesn't mean you can't add a basement later. And it's pretty straightforward. You know, you just find your floor plan, like what I showed you, and then just start building down. The cool thing is you can just keep going. Or you could go, you know what, actually I want this to be much bigger than the floor plan above. So you can say, maybe I want this basement piece to be connected to this one, you know, and you could go across, work across, and then you could access from here or there. You know, it's just working on the ground is really cool in this game. And I didn't want to put stairs here because I would have had to put an L shape here to get in, or stairs here going down, or in the corner here. I didn't want to lose any of this space. And so that's why I put it over here. And it just kind of cool that it's over here. You still get access to it. You could put a grappling hook up there if you wanted to, but yeah, that works. It looks really good. Just adds to this little quaint little cabin to have a little basement down here. Right? And I finally found a place to put the bathroom because I didn't really add one. Let's figure this out. Bring one of those. Not sure which ones I'm going to use. Just bring everything down like that. And we'll bring those just in case. Okay. We need to make sure we get these straight. If I hit snapping. $105. Okay. We're at 105. Yep. And then bring this one around. And because we got a weird thing here, we're going to have to dig some out. We're at minus 7500. Just remember that number. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Yep. And then just hit Y. There we go. Filled in. Now we got the pen. Now we remove the doors. 2. Yep. Now we got a nice square pen. And then we'll try. I don't know if these work as shelter for animals, so we'll have to experiment. So, because we were flipped around, let's keep them minus 75 to be consistent. Something like that. Unfortunately, you can't jump on these because they'll slide off. Yeah, so you gotta kind of. Here we go. Nice, nice. That's awesome. And then the same with this one. Yeah, that looks good. Future me here. What was happening and what I discovered is the grass was uneven and wouldn't allow to place the bed. What you can do, there's 2 options. You could place a block and then place the bed on top and it'll be fine. What I did is decided to use VUCA terrain, which kind of looks like straw, and then place the beds, and then it was fine. So just keep that in mind if you're following along. It's a weird situation because, as you can tell, it places in some spots and not others. I've tried different techniques of leveling the grass, raking it out, didn't have any success. So just keep that in mind if you're following along. In addition to the pen, what I'm doing now is creating a rabbit warren or burrow for the rabbits. Also just to provide additional bedding space, because the longer you have rabbits, the more rabbits you'll end up having. So I'm just making room for that. I want it to be grass up there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's better. And then maybe we just bring this up like this and just build it out a little bit so it's not just this big gap between the shed and the cave. We got to put the VUCA stuff down. So we want it to be, I think if we just place it there, right on top of the grass. Let's hope we can place on this stuff. Let's just hope we can. You can spread this stuff too. It just doesn't make a sound. No raking sound whatsoever. Yeah, looks kind of cool. Kind of adds a bit of texture to there, and it's not just grass. Now we can place here anywhere we want. So it must have had to do with the grass wasn't even or something. 1, 2, 3. Now, I don't know if this is going to serve as cover. We're going to find out. Let's put little Rabby down. There you go, buddy. And now put your little food thing. Wherever you put the food, that's where they'll come out to, right? So if you put it here, they'll explore a little bit further away from their... Oh, look, he's sleeping. Okay. Cool. So where are we going to put this? Maybe we put it over here somewhere. And get him out here? Yeah. Oh, I don't have any hop air food. Oh, you see that? This doesn't work as shelter. It looks so cool though, doesn't it? That's what I like about it. So it's worth the effort to see if we can get this to work. See, the problem with tables is you'd see the legs, but these you won't. It's just you can't stand up there. If we put this here and bring it up and down to the same angle and then rotate it, and we're kind of not straight. There we go. Maybe we rest it on top, something like that, and then put this one, like, yeah, like I guess like that. And if we put 2 on the other side and leave the top open, will that work? There. Yeah, I think this one just, oops. It's just got to come up just a little bit. Yeah, so we don't see the beams. Something like that. Well, that looks cool. But is it going to work for shelter? Alright, off you go. Make sure we put some food down. Yeah, okay. There you go. I hope you guys got cover now. Yep, it's working. So putting those 2 little covers on there has made this work as a shelter. Before it wasn't. That's awesome. That's good to know. And it actually looks really good. With those, what those are is the wall tapestry showcase. Yeah, that looks cool. I like how it's open in the middle too. I mean, it was hard to get them in there, the angle. I'll say it and I'll say it again. Rustic. Okay. Oh yeah. And I guess we could keep this as a backup bedding. I wonder if we put a couple in here. We'll have ample room. They'll reproduce a lot. So I don't know how many rabbits you want running around, but it's kind of cool because you just see this little thing like booting through the grass there. It's like, what was that? Yeah, they're pretty cool. Although they're absolutely useless. You know, you don't get anything from them. Yeah. I like putting them in areas like this because it just adds a bit of life to the area. Little guys booting around. Maybe we try to get them to come out to here somewhere. Yeah, I think right about there. Okay, so we got the Fae. We just got to get the bedding for them. Oh, we got these little guys too. We could put, yeah, we could put those guys with the rabbits. Why not? Yeah, we'll put those guys over there. Beds in here. Just very practical. Kind of just wherever we got room. And this is going to be like the overflow because there's going to be lots of chickens. There we go. Instant animals. And we got to put the chicken feeder down. Maybe we'll put that. Maybe we'll bring them out to here a bit. Yeah. Okay, cool. Bay deer, sorted. Let's put the mill down. 2 of them. We got 2 of them in this build. So we got one in here. Put this one here. I think we'd tuck it in by the... Doesn't matter where you place it. The door is there, so maybe we'll put it like this. Yeah, that's pretty cool there. Yep. And then we got one up for the up top there at the Waterwheel, so... Okay, we'll put the rice field right here. That'd be a good spot for it. Okay. So we need to level this out. So maybe just level it out a little bit. Yeah, like that. That's pretty good. Just gonna make sure this is all level before we start planting. It's pretty good. It's a bit deep, but we're gonna put some soil in here. I'm gonna place a big chunk of failwater basin dirt in here. That's the preferred soil for rice. I didn't know that until recently. I always thought it was just fertilized farm soil, but for the rice, it's actually this dirt, and I'll show you how you can tell what's preferred soil. So right now I'm just going to place it. I'm going to spread it out with the rake. I'm actually going to raise it a little bit. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, it's a good little, you know, it's not a massive rice paddy, but I don't actually use much rice. I guess unless you're cooking a lot of recipes, that's really what you would need it for. But so now with this thing, the portable water pump, you can use it to fill this area. But what I'm going to do first is plant the rice, right? And show you what it looks like when it's not growing and when it is in the proper amount of water. So we're just going to... Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, okay. Now you can see the color of it. It's very yellowy. And if you take the watering can, you can see that we are dry ground. You can also go G and you can change the growth of this. So you could growth edit it to be 1 of 1 or 1 of 2 or 1 of 3. You can use the watering can or you can use the portable pump. So I'm going to use the pump. So now I'm just going to start filling this up. You don't need a drain. You don't need a water source. Now we're out of water. Now you can see everything's popping. Right? Everything's covered in water. Yep. There we go. Now when you take this, we're in the preferred soil. We're in the growth 2 of 3. And we got perfect water level. And it's still growing. Pretty cool, this little watering can, what it can do. So what I need to build is a bridge up here using fences. And I've seen a few builds doing it. So I think we need to place one of these as anchor. And so we'll start here, right? And then we'll grab the fences. And well, I think we just need to get them in the angle we want. Fine tune rotation. Flip it down. Like, do we want it we want it just to be going straight up, right? Guess we need to figure out the angle. Something like, and we need to start it right in the ground. Something like that. A little bit, yeah. Then we place this one. So we just do it like that. So we got this little platform that goes, and then no. We need to tilt up. We need to start tilting up maybe about here. Maybe, oops, like that. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, that looks better. And I think what we need to do is add some supports. Those rustic poles will probably work. I wonder if you can overlay a table on there. What would that look like? a table plank in the middle. The only problem with this is you'll see the legs. So if we place it there to work, but then you see the legs, yeah, I like that better. That looks very rustic. So if we tilt this up a bit, it's probably because of the dirt there. So if we go like this, cut it out, you should be able to place this now. I wonder if we put 2 on there, will that make a difference? Yeah, maybe we can stagger it. And then put 1 on top of that. Yeah, there we go. Kind of a makeshift bridge to the... Oh yeah, that looks cool. Then we put 1 here. Yeah, that's good. Yep. You could put 1 here maybe, if you wanted to. Yeah. So what we could do is place 1 here. Bring it down, it's like supporting up the corner. Like that. You get that real rustic looking pole. And then you do the same. And I usually rotate them so they're not the same. Very subtle. Yeah, that looks very rustic. And then we put 1 here. As long as you don't have anything underneath, you're fine doing it this way. Because you are hiding the strut. And then maybe rotate a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Yeah, perfect. Looks like it's actually being supported. Wonder if we can do this. Maybe rotate it that way. Yeah. 180. And then we bring it this way. And bring it down. No, you're going to see the strut. You can see those weird. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, that works. And what we do with those little end pieces is we just cover them up with a block. Doesn't need to be very much, just needs to be a little bit there. Maybe even use one of these. Just spot. Yeah, just like that. Just needed 1 block. And then probably the same here. Maybe 1 more. Yeah, perfect. That's like fences, tables, struts to get that effect. And 1 in the middle. Yeah, that's pretty cool actually. Yeah, that looks awesome actually. I wasn't sold on under the bridge, but Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.